matters relating to personal status, marriage, divorce, or inheritance in proceedings in which other parties profess Muslim religion are grounded in the Sharia. The law will ensure that process and procedures established are adhered to. This will enable the parties get proper justice. This is therefore to strongly urge the government to establish the Qadi courts to enable the streamlining and of administration of matters relating to marriage, divorce, inheritance of property, and guardianship of persons who profess the Muslim faith. And here I want to emphasize that this applies to only people of the Islamic faith, because some people are worried that when Qadi courts come, that will be Islamization. No, this will be applied to only those of the Muslim faith. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to present.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namidembe Bumba. The Attorney General is required to come and explain to the country when he intends to establish the Qadi's courts, which were there in the Constitution. We'll give him 1 week. Honorable Savagara, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as you may recall, last week on Friday, you hosted the Muslim community for the annual Iftar dinner. And indeed, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Muslim community, we express our enormous gratitude to you for such a gesture. Madam Speaker, we invited on that occasion someone who is more knowledgeable in as far as Islamic banking is concerned, and it was Dr. Sulaiman Luja. And indeed, he took us through the importance of Islamic banking and why it should really take root in Uganda. Madam Speaker, he even indicated that there are so many qualified Ugandans who can run the Bank of Uganda Sharia Advisory Board. Madam Speaker, you directed that we get the names of those Ugandans who are qualified to run the Islamic banking, as it has been the hindrance for Ministry of Finance and Bank of Uganda to continue with that product, which is very much needed, especially in this really period when the economy is really suffering. Madam Speaker, the names that I'm going to submit to you, Madam Speaker, to lay on table include names who are even more qualified than those who are running Sharia banking in many countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and other countries that have adopted the Islamic banking, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to lay on table a list of 11 Ugandans from PhD up to many qualifications that can run the Bank of Uganda Sharia Advisory Council. Madam Speaker, with your permission, allow me to lay it on table for your action, Madam Speaker.
Please lay them. Maybe I can add, honorable members, that 3 other Muslim scholars have written to me, sending me their names. So if there are more than 11, it will be because of the 3 I have also received. And I undertake to pass them formally to the Minister of Finance, so that, but you could read them.
Madam Speaker, allow me to read the following names of Ugandans who are capable of manning the Bank of Uganda Sharia Advisory Council. Dr. Ruja Sulaiman, Head of Islamic Banking Department, Tropical Bank, Uganda. He has a PhD in Islamic Banking. Number 2, Dr. Wasimbi Abdul Hafiz is the Deputy Dean and Head Sharia Department of and Head of Sharia at IUIU. He has a PhD in Islamic Law, Pakistan, and Master's in Islamic Law in Uganda. Number 3 is Dr. Muhammad Hussein Bowa, Regional Qadi Busoga, Muslim region. He has a PhD in Sharia, Saudi Arabia, and Master's in Sharia Law in Saudi Arabia, and BA Sharia in Saudi Arabia also. Number 4, Sheikh Waiswa Muhammad Ali is the Deputy Mufti, Uganda Muslim Supreme Council. He has Master's of Arts in Religious Studies and Bachelor's of Arts in Islamic Law and Religious Studies. Madam Speaker, the next person is Dr. Sowed Juma Mayanja, Imam and lecturer at Makerere University. He has a PhD in Sharia Law, Saudi Arabia, and Master's in Sharia Law in Saudi Arabia. Number 6 is Dr. Muhammad Chisole, Director, House of Zakah and Waqf, PhD in Sharia Law. Dr. Semud Rashid is a consultant, PhD in Sharia Law. Dr. Kasozi Idris, Deputy Dean and Head of Department, Islamic Law, Faculty of Law, PhD in Sharia Law in Government of Sudan. Number 9 is Yahya Kasuja, Senior Associate Accountant, Islamic Development Bank, Masters in Islamic Finance, Malaysia, and MBA, Heriot, UK. Number 10 is Sheikh Ismail Njuchi, Director, Medina International Development Agency, BA in Sharia Law, Saudi Arabia, and Masters in Islamic Banking in Uganda. Number 11 is Katongole Ayman Hussein, Assistant Lecturer, Islamic University in Uganda, Faculty of Islamic Studies and Arabic Language, Masters in Islamic Financing, Brunei, Bulhain, Dar es Salaam, BA Sharia Islamic Law, Dar es Salaam, and Diploma in Law Development Center. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay this list on table.
Okay, honourable members, as I indicated, I have 3 other names. One of them is a lady. So I'll be sending 14 names to the Minister of Finance on that issue. Thank you very much. Honourable Kabagenyi, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and members. I rise on a matter of national importance to prohibit the use of excess mercury in Uganda in our environment. Madam Speaker, mercury is one of the heavy chemicals that is being used in Uganda, and it's largely used in mining, in pharmaceuticals, in hospitals, in electricals, and many other uses. Madam Speaker, as you get to know, Uganda became a signatory to the Minamata Convention on Mercury Use on 10th October 2013, and was ratified on 1st October 2019. The convention recognizes that mercury is a heavy chemical and of global concern, owing to its large, long-range atmospheric transportation in the atmosphere and the environment. Madam Speaker, the objective of this convention was to protect the human health and environmental atmosphere, as mercury releases a lot of compounds in the atmosphere. Also, in the same convention, Article 4 under Annex A, Part 2 of the same convention, it spells out the measures to be taken to phase out mercury use in dental amalgam, which is used to fill the teeth and largely used in hospitals and clinics, and yet it has alternatives that are effective, efficient, and are environmental friendly to our environment and our health. Bearing that in mind also, Madam Speaker and members, our hospitals has continued to use this mercury in various treatments, even when we know the effects, and Uganda being a signatory also to this Minamata Convention. My prayer, Madam Speaker, is to call upon the responsible ministries, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Ministry of Water, Mama Mabira, you are here, and other Ministry of Health and other relevant government departments to put a law governing the use of this mercury, and also to put measures to see how it can be retracted in the environment for better health, Madam Speaker, and also to provide a law may be regulating the use of mercury in Uganda, because it is largely used, 50% of it is being used in Uganda than other countries. And also, Madam, to provide effective, efficient, and environmental friendly alternatives to our health systems. I beg to submit and thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Now, this matter has many ministries. I don't know who will take lead in answering. Can I ask the Minister of Health?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for this very important matter she has raised on the floor of this parliament, most especially on the mercury that we use in the various settings. And most importantly, she raised the regulation of this mercury. As far as health is concerned, Right Honorable Speaker, indeed it is true, we've got mercury in the health sector. We use mercury in the clinical thermometers. The thermometers that we use to test whether you have temperature is raised or not. There is mercury inside that thermometer. We also have mercury in the blood pressure machine. The blood pressure machines that we use to measure whether you have raised blood pressure or low blood pressure. So indeed it is true, those are the few examples of the mercury that we have in the health sector, but also other equipments we have that got the use of mercury. As far as the health use is concerned, Madam Speaker, it is under really strict, may call it regulation, because we are not subjecting this equipment to be used anyhow, apart from the specific use that we subjected to. But nevertheless, we will take this up to ensure that the use and the regulation is properly does not have a lot of effect on human health. Madam Speaker, what my colleague has said, it is true. Mercury per se, it has got a lot of health effect, most especially when it is inhaled. Through your lung, it can have a lot of effect in the lung, including lung infection, cough, and other infection. But it also causes other health problems. Excessive mercury in the body can cause tremor. It can cause emotional changes like irritability and other changes. So she's right that when we do not regulate the use of mercury, it can have lots of effect in our body, as a matter of fact, as far as your health is concerned. So I want to take this up, Madam Speaker, with the other responsible ministries to ensure to it that we look at this together and to see how best we can give a feedback to you with the responsible ministries as much as the regulation is concerned. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Environment, want to say something? Okay, Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Honorable colleague, Madam Rose, for raising a pertinent issue. Madam Speaker, always get comforted that all of us are getting aware of how to protect our environment, and this is one of them. Right Honorable Speaker, it's true that our environment is being contaminated by various things, including, which he has not talked about, the way we are going to be depositing, let's say, our used up phones, the old computers, the old fridges, and the like. But specifically for what the colleague has raised here, Right Honorable Speaker, there's a bill, there's a law which is coming by our colleague, the Minister of Minerals, and I've read that bill. Cabinet has already passed it. It's going to come to this House, Right Honorable Speaker. And this is one of the highlighted minerals and then there are already clauses
to how to protect such minerals from contaminating our environment. I just want to give this information to colleagues in the House that in that bill, the mercury and such harmful minerals are being catered for as far as the environment is concerned. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Awol, 2 minutes. Then Honorable Atiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am up on our usual issue which we have been raising here time and again, power outage in Gulu City. We have people who process also food, like the grinding machine, rice hulling. We have the saloon. We have these small businesses which depend on electricity. But we don't have constant power supply. And our people, especially the business community, when they see us, they think we are not doing anything. When we hear about Karuma and then Asua, all those, why is it that we cannot have power, constant power supply? What is the problem? So they ask me to ask, is it intentionally to keep them there below the poverty line forever? Because if that is a city, then a city has to have constant power supply. You don't have today, tomorrow, and the next 2 days, you don't have. You have today, tomorrow, you don't have. I take the information.
Information, Honorable Kaberuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member Galop for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to supply to my honorable colleagues is that the inconsistency in power supply is very, and you can't measure it, it's unmeasurable. Madam Speaker, last week we were here talking about inconsistency of power and what we brag as a country, that we have Bujagali, we have other dams that have been formed, and we are proud of too much power, and we are trying to evacuate. But Madam Speaker, I want to tell you in Kanungu, power outage is at 85%. You have virtually no power, yet we have service fee that you pay. We pay money and it goes, it vanishes. People are there crying, Madam Speaker. The honorable member is right. There is virtually no power in Uganda and in Kanungu, where the industries are struggling to come up. They are using diesel, which is having high tax. So which means the Uganda government in this arrangement of power is scaring away investors from the rural setting. That's the information I wanted to supply you.
Thank you for the information. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Energy should really explain to us. Otherwise, some of us look so bad before our people. Worst of all, right now, if we even talk about alternative sources of energy, this power should be constant, but should be easily available and should be easily accessible. But leave alone the tariff, just the availability. Why is it that we don't have constant power supply? Some of the cities and towns, there are some maybe with those with no problem like that, who do not experience problem like that. But we have that problem, and our business community is affected worse. At least for domestic problem, you can afford to stay without power. But the business community, can we help the business community of Uganda so that they are able to access power? Without power, we cannot talk of even development when we talk about small and medium scale enterprises. How can we move to there if we do not have power? Minister, please help us. Maybe the Right Honorable Prime Minister will explain to us. Sometimes people tell me that, you know, Uganda produces electricity in excess. But then why, if it is able to produce electricity in excess, what is the problem? Where is the problem? Why is it that our people are not getting enough? Okay. Or we don't love these people. We don't want to see them being empowered by the businesses that they do. Even these young people with their saloons and small eating places, they require power to be there in order for them to progress. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, please explain to us, and don't let us stand again before this house to ask for power supply, constant power supply to our people. Is it the distribution? What is the problem? Thank you.
Honourable members, the issue for power outage in Gulu is an old matter. There's also, of course, the issue of West Nile and other places. I think let us ask the Minister for Energy to give us a solution. What does she intend to do about this power outage? Or the Minister of Finance have something? Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, my dear sister, for raising this issue. The truth is that we have now more power than we are consuming. Not because there is no demand for it. That's where I'm coming, the point I'm coming to. Our problem is distribution. That's why you are having a problem in Guru. That's why I have a problem in Masaka. But we are tirelessly working on that issue. We got a loan for making sure that the transmission lines are taken and also the distribution is done. So I will carry this message to my colleague, the minister, and I will ask her to come and explain to this parliament and the whole country how far we have gone in making sure that anybody who wants power will receive it, but at what time? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Atiku. Then Honorable Kemirembe. Then finally Honorable Kumakechi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I think by coincidence, the microphone wants me to stand on this side to be able to raise this matter. Madam Speaker, I stand here to raise a matter of national importance in regards to the presidential pledge that was given in honor of our daughter, Dorcas Nzikuru, winning gold medal for this country in Helsinki in 2005. Madam Speaker, if you remember very well, after Dorcas Nzikuru returning, Parliament presented a motion to pay tribute to her. And in that motion, one of the presents that was given was a house for which Arua Municipal Council allocated land and UPDF constructed the house. Madam Speaker, this house has been in existence and it has been part of the assets that has been giving our daughter a source of income. But the property has come under attack of recent, with the municipal council wanting not only to demolish the house, but to take part of the land to establish an access road for a plot that they created much later than the time when this building was given to her. So as I talk, our daughter is in tears. She's threatening to go to court as the only remedy. And yet, we are here as members of parliament. The president is in State House, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister is seated here with the Minister of Finance. Yet, we are the ones who are benefiting from her raising the flag of our country at that time and thereafter. Madam Speaker, my prayer after raising this motion is to ask this parliament to prevail over Arua Municipal Council, which is now the acting Arua City Council, to halt any damages they want to cause to this property. Because I believe it is a national treasure that was given to our daughter to honor her for the prestigious medal that she won. To Madam Speaker, I would like to pray to the Right Honorable Prime Minister to take this message to the President that the pledge of a car, just like other athletes who have won gold medals have been awarded with the vehicles, the one for Dorcas in Zikuru has never been delivered. I've raised this matter on the floor of Parliament before, but this has never come to see the light of the day. Madam Speaker, these are my prayers, and if that is fulfilled or done, particularly halting any move to tamper with the property in Arua, I'll be more than grateful to give comfort to our daughter. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Atiku. Of course, we are very proud of the Gazelle, but I want to know whether the building is in the road reserve, whether it was built in the road reserve first of all, but also to call on the Minister for Lands, who is in charge of fiscal planning in this country, to examine that situation and see how our daughter's house can be salvaged.
Madam Speaker, thank you for asking that question. It's important, actually, the Minister of Lands, Minister of Presidency, Minister of Finance, pick interest in this matter. The land was allocated in 2006. And since that time, by Arua Municipal Council, yes, that is in charge of fiscal planning. And therefore, it cannot be the same municipal council that wants to
Thank you, Honorable Member, for giving. Honorable Speaker, when I was watching in Zikuru on TV, actually she said the land has no land title. And that one alone is very, very funny. How did the government give our athlete a property which has no exclusive possession by having legal title? So that one alone is Zikuru said it on TV, and it was painful. The house is there, meaning that any time Arua Municipal Council can demolish because there is no legal entity attached to our athlete. That's the information I wanted to give you.
Okay, I think we instruct the Minister for Lands to urgently examine the situation in Arua City to identify the problem, but ensure that Dorcas Nzikuru's house is not destroyed, and report back to this house. It's really urgent. We cannot afford to have our young children threatened. Can we have a report in 1 week, Minister of Lands? Honorable Kemirembe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on a matter of national concern about a company called Alliance in Motion Global Limited, whose office is at Mabilis Plaza Complex and has its regional office at City Mall in Mbarara. This company is fleecing lots of money from the young generation who are yearning for employment. Each person is supposed to buy a share at 900,000. Yet, when they come into the places they've called them to come, they have no money for rent or feeding. Yet they have to pay this 900,000. And in order to gain from your money, you have to bring other two people who will also bring other people. And they are conning young children as young as 15 years of age. So how I came to know about this, in my district, I found more than 400 youth who are from different districts of Kabale, Isinjiro, Rwampara, Masindi, Hoima, Ibanda, and Shiruhura, who were all in the Antonde because they had been told that there is employment in the Antonde. So they were all over the place, and some had already paid the 900,000. Some were also from Rwanda district. So on arresting some of the upliners, because I involved the police, some of the upliners were arrested, and they told us that their head offices, their regional office is in Mbarara. So I traveled yesterday to Mbarara with the permission from the RCC of Mbarara, the DISO and DPC. We got to this office where we found, and what beats my understanding, in Liantonde, you'd find children, like 15 of them, sleeping in one room, 5 boys and 10 girls, all 8 boys and 7 girls. I'm coming, hold on, I'm going to give you the information, madam. So when I come to your place, I'll give you the information. So when we arrested them, they said, the upliners, they call themselves upliners, the leaders. So they told us that the office is in Mbarara. Reaching in Mbarara, where the manager is a Ghanaian, who I asked for his work permit and he didn't have. So I found very many youth in their office, and these youth were from northern and eastern Uganda. I managed to get some of their names, and the names are, some refused to give me their IDs, but those who did, there is Ochan Peter from Agago district, Kako Gordon, Vura Arua, Aguta Kenneth, Vura Arua. Then there is one who had just paid money. He's Ariokot Emmanuel from Akerekwan village, Ogino sub-county, Kumi district. This one had deposited 1.8 million shillings. Then there is also a young girl in the names of Isupa Gladys from Olukulukun village, Kateta sub-county in Serere district. This one, I think she was just paying membership, and it was just, come and give the information. And she had paid 100,000. I don't know whether it was membership fee. Information, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for giving me way. Right, Honorable Speaker, the information I want to add here in is the similar company that my sister is talking about is bringing us issues all over the country. Right back in Amolata district, I have 2 youth who are calling me on the same thing. I have one Honorable Chen Richard, whose nephew was conned. The mother had to sell land. The girl traveled to Mbarara, paid the 900,000, and the girl right now is bedridden. And what they're asking of me is to establish where this company is, and find how we can get the girl. And this has been 3 days back when I'm trying to find out the condition of the girl and see how we can repatriate the girl back. There are also other boys who are already stranded, having paid 100,000. Now they're asking them with 900 for them to buy shares. But when they're giving you a call, they can give you a call even at night. They can even ask you to first come, and then the money will follow. Now, when you reach there, you get into captivity, and you are forced to pay the money. You are forced to rent on your own, and yet there's nothing that exists. Madam Speaker, this is becoming a menace to the whole country, aware of the fact that youth and young people are jobless and are hopeless. They will want to pick an opportunity. And as Parliament, we have to pronounce ourselves so that this fake company is established and then they are punished according to the laws of the country. Thank you.
Is the Minister of Internal Affairs here? Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the colleague for giving way. The issue which he's raising, I think we need to look into it in more depth. Right Honourable Speaker, in my constituency, is now coming to 2.5 weeks. There was a gentleman, for security reason, I will not going to expose it all. The young man rang me and told me that some people came to Kitgum and they were picking them to go for jobs. And they paid a little bit of money so that they can be given that job. And in his collection from my constituency, there were 6 of them. They were taken by those people to some border, and from that border, he found some 300 youth. And they were not really there for the jobs, but they were being trained for something else. And Madam Speaker, this one has a security connection, and the security is handling it, but I want to say that this issue must be handled in totality. It has even a security threat to that. And the person, we went through the preliminary investigation, is saying there's recruitment going on. Not only for the job, but they pick them that we are going to give you some job. When they reach there and they are at some border training.
Thank you for the information. When I went to this office, they are dealing in food supplements. It's a big office in Mbarara. So they pretend, and I think these guys themselves, like they are dealing in food supplements, and these boys and young girls are supplying the food supplements. But I wonder how you can bring people from Arua, from Kumi, Serere, to come and sell food supplements in Mbarara. So there is a big threat to our government, as the Honorable Minister has said. It is a security threat. Because in Mbarara, in divisions of Kakova, Nyamitiobola, Kiswahili, they say they are having children from eastern and northern Uganda who they don't know how they reached Mbarara. My prayer, Madam Speaker, is that the Ministries of Internal Affairs and that of Security should investigate the works of this company in our country. And then find out these poor youth who have been conned so that they can be given back their money. Then the Ministry of Trade, because I got a copy of their trade license, which I will beg to lay on table, but this license was got in 2014, and I don't know what they were going to trade in. It's here. Then for the items they are selling, they have documents from National Drug Authority. My prayer is also that the Ministry of Health should really talk to National National Drug Authority to maybe inform people to stop hawking food supplements or medicines for human consumption. Because these people pretend that they are taking these food supplements from their office then to the consumers, and I think which is dangerous to human life. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg to lay these documents that I got from Barara. Then I would also request that Ghanaian's work permit should be also brought around to have a look at, and then stop this kind of, the kind they are saying that they are dealing in food supplements, yet it's a different business. In Liantonde, we already have 9 in sales, and the investigations are going on. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kemirembe, for bringing up that very, very serious issue. It's a very, very multidimensional. I see elements of trafficking. I see elements of abuse and so on. So I want to ask the Minister for the Youth to take an interest in these children and see how they can be taken back to their homes. The Minister for Internal Affairs should really swing into action, first to identify really the veracity of this company, who are behind it, are they legally here, and so on, and take action. And also the Minister for Security take an interest in the movements, the cross-border movements of the number of children who are being moved back and forth. And we will need an answer within a week. Thank you. Honorable Komakech.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of national urgent concern pertaining to the situation of St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, and the surrounding communities up to the border with Sudan. Madam Speaker, when COVID broke out, these health facilities stood firm to work and see how to contain the pandemic. But to date, Madam Speaker, this hospital that serves even South Sudan has been brought into a very terrible situation where there is a cluster outbreak of COVID-19 that arose from one student that reported to school, the training school, on the 8th of March 2021. As a result, she was tested and found positive. After that, we have over 416 students in the training school. To date, 30% of these students have been tested positive. They are bedridden. There are more tests going on, even to the inpatients outside the training school. And this morning, there has been a big alarm from the management of St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, that they need an urgent response from the center. So my prayer is the Minister of Health should have a rapid intervention in the situation of St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, because it is going to run out of control and it will spread all over northern Uganda. And worst of all, as the leader of opposition stated, on the issue of power supply and power outages, this has also compounded the issue of management of COVID-19 patients, because northern Uganda, by design, is supposed now to be dark. I was even worried when Atiku was speaking, he had power out. I was even worried when I came, I thought this power supply would still be cut off. So, Madam Speaker, this is the situation. May the minister and the ministry take urgent action. I beg to submit.
Fortunately, the Minister of Health is here. I believe she has heard the outcry from Lachor. Any commitment?
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for raising this very important matter concerning the state of St. Mary's Hospital, Acho, as far as COVID infection is concerned. Madam Speaker, as we communicated last week, the country is already getting to experience the second wave of COVID outbreak. The number of cases, as we realize, is already getting up. Our curve is already growing gradually up and up and up. When we look at the test result of yesterday, out of the tests done, we registered a total of 54 positive confirmed cases in the country. And out of that, Gulu alone has registered 42 positive cases. Madam Speaker, among all the institutions that we are really very critically looking at are the nurse training institutions and all those institutions that are more health-related training. Indeed, it is true, apart from the nurse training institutions, health training institutions, we have the secondary schools that are also stands at risk of getting the infection. Coming to Lacho Hospital, as my colleague has noted, it started with one student, but it is spread like a wild bushfire. Out of the students who are in the hostel, quite a number of them turn out to be positive, as he said, close to 30% of the population of the school. And immediately when we got this report, Madam Speaker, my ministry took immediate response by sending a team to Lacho, Ministry of Health response team together with World Health Organization. And
no, please, let's finish with Lacho.
And what was found out, Madam Speaker, is that at the onset of the school, a lot of measures have been put in place, especially the distance the students use for sleeping, the classroom, the distance, the spacing they use for sitting. But what has come out after the first inspection, the students, they are found to be really mixing up. They get back close to one another. Even in classroom, they sit next to one another. And because of that, that one person who got the infection managed to spread to the rest of the students. And now the ministry is working together with the Ministry of Education to ensure we sustain the spacing in the dormitory, in the classroom, and in the dining, wherever the students are going to be. Specifically for Lacho, the students have been isolated, they are getting treatment, the facilities have been fumigated, and of course, there is a lot of concern for the patients on the ward. The students have been much more mixing up with the patient, but I want to assure the country that a lot of interest is already being paid at St. Mary's Hospital, and to ensure that we fumigate even the other wards where probably we suspect cases that might have been mixed. And as I conclude,
no, please conclude.
As I conclude, previously we also had nursing institutions like Nisambia Nurse Training School. We also had YY or Court Secondary School in Kitgum and other institutions. Now that this has come out seriously, Madam Speaker, we are going to take a lot of attention in the nurse training schools, including the secondary schools, which are really at risk of getting COVID infection. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Minister. Next item.
Bills first reading, the Public Enterprises Reform and Divestiture Repeal Bill 2021.
Mawanda.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to lay on the table a bill entitled the Public Enterprise Reform and Divestiture Repeal Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, the bill is not accompanied by a certificate of financial implication, but we did communicate on 15th July 2020 requesting for a certificate of of financial implication, and I am proceeding under Rule 1174. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay.
Members, the bill is sent to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development. However, on a member, I don't know whether we still have the 45 days in which to consider the bill. If it's not handled before the close of the 5th session, it will be saved for consideration later on. Thank you.
The Public Enterprises Reform and Divestiture Repeal Bill 2021. Laying of papers, the corrigenda to the draft budget estimates for the financial year 2021-22.
Minister of Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, I wish to lay the corrigenda to the budget for financial year 2021-22.
Honourable members, of course, it would have been better if the corrigenda had come before the sector committees presented their reports, but to be sent to the budget committee, and I appeal to the chairpersons of the sessional committees to look at it during the sitting of the budget committee. Thank you.
Item 3 on the order paper, statement by the Minister on the proposed parish model.
Minister of Finance.
Right Honorable Speaker and the colleagues, this is the statement on the parish development model. Madam Speaker, I thank you for this timely opportunity to make a submission on implementation of the parish development model, which is expected to start in the fiscal year 21-22. Colleagues, we recall that on 30th January 2020, Parliament approved the third National Development Plan of 2020-21 to 2024-25. The goal of NDP3 is to increase household incomes and improve the quality of life of Ugandans. This goal demands our collective and focused effort together with the support of our partners in development, including the private sector. This collective effort is guided by the theme of NDP3, sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. Madam Speaker and colleagues, we appreciate that internal and external markets are vital for our industrialization agenda. This reality was made very apparent recently by the COVID-19 pandemic, as you all know. The pandemic has reminded us of the urgent need to speed up our national efforts to rapidly grow the share of Ugandans in the monetized economy, where effective demand is generated to support the industrial growth. We must do so without compromising the need to grow the quality and the quantity of our exports to regional and international markets. In 2014, National Population Housing Census revealed that 68% of Ugandan households relied on subsistence agriculture as their main source of livelihood. This number did not include subsistence households in the non-agricultural sector. Uganda Bureau of Statistics has since defined the subsistence economy to capture subsistence households in both the agriculture and the non-agricultural sectors, and to distinguish between being in subsistence economy and being poor, as highlighted in box 1 below. It's not being shown on the screen. The 2016-2017 Uganda National Household Survey revealed that 39% of households, that is 3.3 million people, were in subsistence economy, of which 24.2% were agricultural households and 14.8% were non-agricultural households, as you can see in table 1 below. UBOS has further undertaken to establish the share of all households in the subsistence economy using the 1920 Uganda National Household Survey, and these estimates will be released at the end of April this year. Definition of households in subsistence economy. I'm reading box number 1. Households in subsistence economy are defined as those engaged in the production of goods and or services whose returns are only enough or unable to meet their basic food and non-food requirements. They include households engaged in subsistence farming, earning a wage or salary, or operating a business and completely not working. Madam Speaker, you are aware that in 1992, 56 of Ugandans were living below the national poverty line. By 2016-17, government's poverty eradication efforts had reduced this share to 24.4%, that is 8 million people. The Youth Livelihood Program and the Uganda Women Empowerment Program are some of recent development programs helping further drive down poverty. Despite the general success registered by these and other related programs, they continue to be characterized by the following limitations. 1, their coverage has been localized to a few parishes at a given time. 2, they have not been directly relevant to the country's industrialization and food security agenda. 3, they generally suffer from high administrative costs. And 4, their services are relatively expensive for their intended beneficiaries. I will illustrate this point later in my statement. Madam Speaker and colleagues, having 2 out of every 5 Ugandans living from hand to mouth is unacceptable. Let me repeat this, Madam Speaker. Having 2 out of every 5 Ugandans living from hand to mouth is unacceptable. Government is convinced that nothing can be better Government is convinced that nothing can better guarantee inclusive growth and employment for Ugandans than equitable participation of more Ugandans in the monetizing economy. It is the above background that now I wish to proceed to talk about the parish development model, a reform that is fully backed by the Local Government Act, the Public Sector Transformation Program of NDP3, the Manifesto of the National Resistance Movement 21 to 26, and both presidential and the cabinet directives on priority commodities for area-based community development. The parish development model. The parish development model is a strategy for organizing and delivering public and private sector interventions for wealth creation and employment generation at the parish level as the lowest economic planning unit. Its implementation marks a major milestone in Uganda's development journey in 3 main ways. 1, it accelerates implementation of area-based commodity development planning, which is vital for realizing the quantity and the quality of agricultural production required for agro-industrialization and export development. B, it extends the whole of government approach for development of parish level in a consolidated manner as opposed to working in silos. C, it localizes Vision 2040 and the National Development Plan for effective measurement and management of development interventions. The parish development model is made up of 7 pillars under table. I read the table 2. These pillars are implemented by both public and private sector institutions at the central and local government level. The pillars are these. 1, production, processing, and marketing, value chain development. 2, infrastructure and economic services. 3, financial inclusion. 4, social services. 5, data, that is community information system. 6, governance and administration. And 7, mindset change. Madam Speaker, the Local Government Act 1997 provides for the parish as a planning unit of government. Section 47 specifically provides for an 11-member parish executive committee comprising of the members listed in table 3 below. 1/3 of parish executive committee members should be women. Let me repeat this. 1/3 of the parish executive committee should be women. The women should cheer. I was expecting to hear the women clapping for me. The harmonized participatory planning guide for parishes, wards, issued by the Ministry of Local Government in 2003, adopted the Parish Council as the default Parish Development Committee. The same guide also provides for co-opted people with expertise to advise the PDC in technical areas under consideration by the PDC. This effectively makes the PDC a technical arm of the Parish Council. The co-opted people represent various experiences and interests. They include representatives of faith-based organizations, reputable persons such as retired civil servants like teachers. And now, composition of the Parish Executive Committee, let me read it. 1, the chairperson, the vice chairperson, the general secretary, secretary for information, communication, and education, secretary for security, secretary for finance, secretary for production and environmental affairs, and 8, secretary for youth, 9, secretary for women, 10, secretary for persons with disabilities, and 11, secretary for council of elder persons. The Local Government Act further provides under Section 869 that the parish chief will be responsible for ensuring implementation of district and government policies and programs in his or her area of jurisdiction. It mandates the parish chief to assist the parish council in planning, budgeting, and budget implementation, supervise or monitor the implementation of socio-economic development projects, and to implement lawful policies and decisions of the council. The parish chief is under the supervision of the parish council, sub-county chief, and the chief administrative officer. Results framework of the parish development model. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the goal of the parish development model is socio-economic transformation for wealth creation and employment generation at the parish level. Performance against this goal will be measured by the share of households who graduate into non-subsistence economy. This share will be monitored and reported at the parish, district, and national levels. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the parish development model consists of the following 3 components, which are briefly highlighted below: the strategic planning and financing, commercial household production, and performance of the DAS. The strategic planning and financing. Government has identified and prioritized the development of 18 commodities under the parish development model, which is under table number 4. These are commodities that have which have market locally and internationally. And these are coffee, cotton, cocoa, cassava, tea, vegetable oil and oil palm, maize, rice, sugarcane, fish, dairy, beef, bananas, beans, avocado, shea nut, cashew nuts, and macadamia nuts. Successful implementation of the parish development model requires ready market and value addition for the production surplus from the parish. This market is provided by SMEs and cooperatives engaged in processing, manufacturing, and exporting of the 18 priority communities which I've just read up there. The sustainable growth and development of these SMEs requires a competitive business environment, including access to development finance. To this end, the Minister of Finance Planning and Economic Development will place the role of strategic economic planning and financing as highlighted below. Negotiating markets, working under regional and international economic cooperation frameworks, such as the East African Community, to drive up volumes and values of Ugandan exports. 2, value chain development, zonal and national, guiding public and private investment to support processing and manufacturing at the zonal and district level. This includes having in place zonal-specific economic plans for development of commodity value chains in support of the increased production and productivity at the parish level, which we are envisaging. 3, fostering a competitiveness business environment, prudent management of the microeconomic to ensure a stable and low-cost business environment capable of attracting private investment and boosting exports. 4, mobilizing the SME financing, alignment of microfinancing strategies at the parish level with financing strategies for MSEs, cooperatives, and industrialists at the zonal and national level under the auspices of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy and the Financial Sector Development Strategy. Commercial household production. Madam Speaker, under the parish model, the cow will be tasked with the responsibility to achieve a sustainable production surplus of the applicable commodities by the parishes in his or her district. Performance results, Madam Speaker and colleagues, consistent with the whole of government approach, Office of the Prime Minister, together with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Minister of Local Government, and the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, will spearhead the government-wide coordination of performance measurement and management under the parish development model. Specific interventions of the parish development. Madam Speaker, each of the 7 pillars of the parish model has specific interventions and budgets allocated to it. Details are contained in a document entitled A Quick Guide to the Parish Development Model, which, Madam Speaker, at this time I would like to lay on the table. Thank you. Of the 7 pillars of the model, Pillar 3 on financial inclusion represents most of the significant changes for the budget for financial year 21-22. I will therefore highlight the key interventions and budgets contained under this pillar. Pillar number 3, financial inclusion. Interventions under this pillar are intended to promote savings and investment by households in activities with potential for generating a production surplus. The specific interventions include 1, establishment and capitalization of the parish revolving fund. 2, supervision of parish-based circles by Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. 3, capitalization of constituency-based circles under the Presidential Initiative for Wealth Creation and Jobs, that is the MIOGA, for households in non-subsistence economy. Participating parish circles under the parish development model will lend funds from the parish revolving fund to individual households or household collectives at a concessional interest rate plus inflation plus 1%. This is intended to ensure that there is no loss of value for money. Uganda shillings 404.3 billion has been budgeted for capitalization of the parish revolving funds in financial year 21-22. This translates to an average allocation of shillings 38.16 million per parish. Government will allocate more funds to further capitalize the parish revolving fund in the subsequent financial years of the NDP 3 period. To allow time for consultations and preparation of detailed allocation criteria for both parish-specific allocation of funds, parishes will receive a uniform allocation of shillings 38.16 million in this coming financial year. In financial year 22-23 and the medium term, the specific amount of funds to be allocated to the revolving fund of the respective parishes will be determined using the following broad criteria. 1, share of households in the subsistence economy by sub-county. This will be established using a parish register to be established under Pillar 5 of the model. 2, affirmative action for special groups, women, youth, persons with disabilities. Consistent with the current affirmative policy of government, we are proposing that parishes allocate 30% of the money from the parish revolving fund to household enterprises endorsed by women in the household. 3, affirmative action for different regions and zones based on parameters such as poverty. How will the parish model be financed? Madam Speaker and colleagues, with the exception of Pillar 3 on financial inclusion, all pillars of parish development model will continue to be funded under existing arrangements. In financial year 21-22, the Pillar 3 of the parish development model will be financed through amalgamation of the wealth funds listed in table 5 below. Let me read it. Amalgamated funds to finance the parish model in year 21-22. Wealth fund, the youth livelihood fund, nothing is getting there, no. Uganda Women Empowerment Fund, 32 billion. PRDP, 98 billion. Rural and Zone Development Program, 9.3. NADS, seedlings, 56 billion. Agri-led OWC, 200 billion. And UCDA seedlings, 58 billion, coming to a total of 453.3 billion. A total of shillings 59 billion that is currently in saturation under the existing arrangement of the Youth Livelihood Program and the Uganda Women's Empowerment Program will also be channeled to the parish revolving fund upon its recovery from beneficiaries with the time. The amalgamated funds under the parish revolving fund will be distributed as summarized in table 6 below. And I read this table. The allocation of summary of amalgamated funds. District local governments, parish revolving fund is 404.3, administration cost 2.2, staff cost 15 billion, CIS data tools 26.8, training 0 for the time being, and then subtotals 448.3. UBOS will take 0.8 of a billion for data and tools, training 3.2, and taking a total of 4 billion. Minister of Local Governments, administration cost 1 billion. Then Minister of Industry, Cooperative, and Minister of Minister of ICT. We are not giving them anything this year. The subtotal will be 400 million, parish revolving funds, administrative cost 3.2 billion, staff cost 15 billion, data tools 28.6 billion, training 3.2, and the total comes to 453.3 billion. That's how we are proposing how to reallocate the money, but we can receive further guidance from this House. Comparison of the parish development model with the past and existing wealth creation funds. Madam Speaker, I would like that we listen to each other to this because we have had feelings from our friends that what we have been doing was not right. Madam Speaker, compared to the past and existing affirmative action interventions, the parish model has the following strengths. One, it is a universal program covering all the 10,594 parishes of the country. That these are figures of 2021. This provides for fair and equitable access to resources. In addition, district local governments receive a bigger resource in total than is possible under existing initiatives. For example, Soroti district, including Soroti city, with a total of 49 parishes and 503 villages, will receive an allocation of 3 billion under the parish development model. This is far higher than what is available under the existing initiatives, the 1.2 billion under the Youth Livelihood Program and shilling 0.58 billion under WEP in financial 2021. Two, it is more inclusive than existing initiatives because it caters for all interest groups in a parish: women, youth, persons with disabilities, and other unspecified minority interest groups. Three, it is implemented through established government structures, which significantly lowers its administrative costs compared to existing arrangements of a similar nature. Four, it is designed to build and develop parish institutions as opposed to simply delivering time-bound interventions. Five, its credit is lower than that of the existing initiatives. Loans from the parish revolving fund will have an interest rate of inflation rate plus 1% compared to a surcharge of 5% under the Youth Livelihood Program and a service fee of 5% under the Uganda Women's Empowerment Program. Six, under the parish model, the funds allocated to the parish revolving belong to the residents of the parish and will be managed by a specialized financial institution, that is the parish circle, that is supervised by a regulator for their perpetual use and multiplication. 7, its commodity focus, 18 primary commodities, has an unrivaled relevance for the country's food security and the industrialization agenda. What are the prior actions for implementation of this parish model? Cabinet approved implementation of the parish development model as the delivery strategy for transitioning households out of subsistence economy with effect from the 1st of July 2021. A number of prior actions will be implemented by the end of financial year 2021 and at the start of 2021-22 for successful implementation of the parish development model. It is expected that the parish development model will be fully operational by the start of the second quarter of financial year 21-22. The detailed implementation roadmap is contained in the guide to the parish development model, which I've just laid on table. Conclusion, Madam Speaker and friends, I have highlighted the cause for graduating more of our fellow citizens from a subsistence economy. These citizens include women, youth, the elderly, persons with disabilities. They are resident in the parishes where the parish development model will be implemented. Under the parish development model, a bigger number of these citizens will have access to more resources than has been possible under any affirmative program we are implementing today. I therefore call upon my colleagues to seize this unique opportunity of making a lifetime difference in the lives of 39% of Uganda households in the subsistence economy by extending their full support for the implementation of the parish development model starting financial year 21-22. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker and the colleagues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Finance. Honorable members will recall that we were debating a motion here, and the Minister of Finance, the junior minister, informed us that they needed to explain the parish model so that it informs our budgeting process. That's why the minister came today. So if we can have just a few comments. On our side, procedure? Okay, Honorable Bogwar.
Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the presentation made by the Minister on the Paris Development Model. I think most of us are very intrigued because we are hearing it for the first time. But one thing I would want the members also to understand is that the budget of the next financial year will be based on this model. And so we should understand the implication of the Paris model. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the reason why I have stood on the procedural matter is that we had requested the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance to first articulate the Paris model to the budget committee, which is going to take care of our budgetary needs, so that once we understand it, we then translate it into budgetary terms, and we can also articulate it to Parliament. But we were supposed to meet the ministry today on Thursday. It was postponed to Monday. And now I'm surprised when I saw on TV the minister presenting on the budget, presenting to Parliament, the Paris model, when actually the fundamental documents that help to shape the budget, which is the budget framework paper and the NDP, we were able to see it as the budget committee that these two positions, which are very critical, were not incorporated in the Paris model. And the people that run those critical agencies were actually telling us that they had no idea. And that actually surprised us. So we told them to go and first understand each other, educate each other, and come back. And we were expecting them today to now come as a team with NDP with them. NDP boss was there. And the NDP boss was able to tell us that whatever Paris model which was being articulated was not aligned to what is contained in the NDP 3. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate and we all want money to trickle down. But we must also be aware as leaders of this country that we have put in place structures, and we must know if we are to demolish those structures, what would be the implication in terms of cost. We don't want a situation where we'll hurriedly bring programs like this, which are very critical, and they use very sweet words. Money is trickling down to the lowest, like a myoga. We all agreed if you try to ask a question about a myoga, they will say, aha, we want your constituency to know that you don't want money to go to them. But we knew that a myoga was going to collapse at the gate. Now we are surprised that the same ministry is now saying a myoga must undergo forensic audit. Now we, as Parliament, we are told them that you cannot come with a project which is so important and trickling down to our people. And we don't even understand it. And now we are talking about Paris model, which first of all is going to collapse or wet money for women, collapse the youth money, and collapse all these other projects. Agricultural as a ministry must actually be closed, because now it will have nothing, because all these projects you have talked about, coffee, whatnot, cotton, will now not be driven under the Ministry of Agriculture, but under a different agency. So really, as a Parliament, we have a responsibility. So procedurally, Right Honorable Speaker, Are we operating in accordance with the structural setup as we understand it in the professionally worked out organic national structure from the president to the whatnot, various ministries with their accountability, with their budget, with their specialized agencies? Can we reduce a myoga? Tell this parliament and God that will be able to do a good job. But for me, procedurally, I want to say, Right Honorable Speaker, whichever way you guide us, I know this a myoga, if we don't think over it properly, like a myoga, it will also collapse at the gate. And next year, when we are talking about the budget, don't say you didn't know. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to request you to guide us in the way we are proceeding.
Okay, honor members, the reason why the minister came today is because when we were debating a motion to hold the merger of the youth funds with other funds, we demanded to know this new parish model, how is it going to impact the resources? That's why I asked for this presentation. Now, Honorable Minister, on page 8 of your paper, under 21, you are saying we are proposing that parishes allocate 30% of the money from the parish revolving fund to household enterprises and also by women in the household. Two, are you just proposing, is it what you are going to do? Because our worry is that the youth funds are going to be dissipated into other things. We want to know, is this just a proposal? Is it a commitment? What is it? Before we take a decision. This 30%, is it a commitment? On page 8 of his paper. On our side. Okay, let's take a few queries. Let's take a few queries. On our side.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of Finance for the presentation. But Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to discuss the paper as the person who was the lead party in framing the UWEP and other marginalized funds. These funds were supposed to address the impediments these marginalized groups were encountering in accessing funding for economic development. Right Honorable Speaker, the funds, at the time when these funds were put in place, the population of Uganda was less than 30 million. Today we are 45. The inflation has gone up over the last 15 years. So the 30 billion, which they have been putting under the UWEP and the other allocations to the marginalized funds, Right Honorable Speaker, are just a show off. They don't match the need. Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister of Finance, I know I was there one time, but has been concealing information. They don't give us the true picture of what has been happening. 30 billion to a population of 45 million, where the women constitute 52%. I think it's very little money. They are just sprinkling. What we want is money, meaningful money for economic development of the women. If the women who constitute the bigger part of our population and who are the most hardworking and who are the most committed to the welfare of the family, and Ugandan women being renowned for their high entrepreneurship and commitment, if they put sufficient money, this poverty they're talking of would become a story. Right Honorable Speaker, what they are proposing of merging the funds and put 480 something in the parish model, out of which 30% would go to the women. When you look at it arithmetically, it makes a lot of sense. Because 30% of 480 is over 150 billions. Compared to the 30 billions they are getting now. That's why I'm saying finance is not giving out sufficient information to sensitize the people. There is more money. There is more money. But how it is going to be managed is the worry of everybody, is the problem. Right now, this money has been administered at the district. Now you are bringing it down, but you have the skills and appropriate structures to manage that money. And again, what you are not bringing out well is that this 30% is following the constitutional command. The women will be eligible to access even the 70%. That is what is not bringing out. If that one comes out well, there will be more money on the table. If the women have got the money, more money, and allow them to, they will be the first arrivals in the middle income status which we're talking of. We have not gone far on that route because the women who are the workers have not had access to reasonable capital for their business. So really, Right Honorable, if finance can give us assurance that this money is going to, they have got a mechanism of managing it, and they make an irrevocable commitment that the 30% of the women will not be touched. Even if there are budget cuts, that 30% of the women will be protected, and that the women will still be eligible to access the 70%. Right Honorable, I wish to submit.
Kamateka? Clarification? No, I think you better, because now there's nobody on the floor, I don't know who.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for bringing us the explanation on the parish model, because we did not know, now we know. Let me start with the 30%. Right Honorable Speaker, even Honorable Saida here has said that the women in Uganda are more than 50%. So why would you want to give women a mere 30%? This is not 1995, when women were given a token, a third, because women, first of all, they didn't even know their potential. All these years, the NRM has put efforts into empowering women. Women have proved themselves. They have even been faithful with this money and returning it back. So why would you want to give them 30% using the Constitution as an excuse? Right Honorable Speaker, the women in Uganda...
50%.
Yes, 50%. Right Honorable Speaker, they have proved themselves capable. And also, there are so many single-parent women-headed households. So if we want to make a difference, we should give more money to the women. UWEP has been successful, and it should be maintained, and other funding should be supplementary. But if the money has to go to the parish, let the money of UWEP be increased, doubled, so that the women can do their work. Then, Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the low interest rate, because now it is 1%. But there is no money that has been provided for training the parish councils. It is such a shame. You are giving 3.3 billion shillings to UBOS to go and come and report to you, here they have not performed. To report on performance of people you have not trained, for goodness sake. So can we provide money for training? Otherwise, we are just groping in the dark. Then there is no provision for stores of this produce. It's going to be so much. There are no concrete markets. There are no plans for value addition. At least if in this plan we had maybe a factory per district,
and various different factories within the region, then it would make sense. Then also the circle. Now people are going to be made to pay membership into the parish circle. Like the Myoga, people sold their properties, people took debts and to be members of Myoga. Up to now, they have not received the Myoga money. We are going to demand that women pay money into this circle when the women already belong to their organizations. Can we give them money in their organizations where they belong? Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, we appreciate the focus on commodities. But where are the extension workers to guide people on how to grow these things and get maximum production from the crops, for example? There is no plan for extension workers to guide these people on how to grow crops using this money so that we can get meaningful and qualitative harvests. Right Honorable Speaker, my humble appeal. The parish model is good. It is taking more money down to the grassroots, but we must increase the percentage of the money going to the women to 50%. I'll take the information. Hey.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the information I want to give my colleague, that if she's really fighting for women, she's here to look at the motion versus the parish model. Don't fall for the percentage. You leave the parish model, you leave the web, manage, let this government that wants services to get parish level, demand labor, the Minister of Labor to implement the web activities at parish level. Once you go and you start falling for the percentage, you have missed it.
Thank you.
The information I want to give you is, let these be partners. Let Coffee Development Authority be a partner at parish level. Let WEP, the way the program has been implemented, be a partner at parish level. Not take away their money.
Thank you, Honorable. Indeed, I had noted that WEP has been successful. It has been tested and it has been proved. Let the parish model continue while it picks lessons from WEP. So let the WEP funds be doubled. Let WEP remain. Let it remain under the supervision of Ministry of Gender. Let its money be doubled. Let the rest of the funds go to the parish as the parish model picks lessons from WEP. I beg to submit.
Otieno? Otieno, then Kaviru Kasamo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to raise issues for clarification. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened to the minister very, very attentively. And I heard the minister saying that the parish level, the parish is going to be the planning level. Now the question, Right Honorable Speaker, is, if the parish is the planning level, why are you turning a planning level into an implementation level? Why? You said very well that according to the local government, parish level is a planning level. So why are you turning the planning level into an implementation level? Two, the second clarification I need from the Honourable Minister. Why, if you want intervention to be at parish level, why are you removing money from entities? Why don't you ask entities to do their implement at parish level? What would be the problem? Why are you, just a moment. Just a minute. Hold on. I will give you time. Why are you taking away money from professional entities which can implement their programs and take it to Ministry of Local Government, which has its own issues? 3. Okay.
Minister for Gender.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought that I would make this clear to my colleague for purposes of his debate. Madam Speaker, the practice is, for example, in Youth Livelihood Program, that the money we are talking about is already money that belongs to Ministry of Local Government. When we sent the money the very first time to the districts, it became theirs through a revolving fund. And we made contracts with the cows, the respective cows, that whatever you collect, it becomes money of that particular district, revolvable. So it no longer comes back to the central government or to the Ministry of Gender. So as we talk now, the money that is purportedly Youth Livelihood Program money is money that is entirely and exclusively the property of the Ministry of Local Government. I thank you. Madam Speaker, Jovia was just telling me to add on something. And the reason that we did that was that Ministry of Gender does not have accounting presence at the district level. The CDOs belong to the Ministry of Local Government. Madam Speaker, when I went to Kayunga, when I was supervising the Youth Livelihood Program, I realized 4 years ago, that there were some malpractices. So I announced there and then that I had instructed that they terminate or they investigate the code of conduct and the practices of the CDO. So after some time, I went back to find out whether that was implemented. Then they told me that she's not in your line of supervision as the Minister of Gender. So the money and practice of the Youth Livelihood Program is entirely the responsibility of the Ministry of Local Government. What we have, Madam Speaker, what we have, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Honorable Minister, I expected you to know the rules, but you shouldn't have continued speaking. Madam Speaker, there are 2 ministers of that ministry. I don't want to give the names, who were here last week. The position they gave is contrary to what this minister now is giving here. Can we now know who is giving us the correct picture about this? Our senior ministers were here, gave the correct. Now you have come and given a different perspective. Who is now? Is it in the order now for the junior minister to come and contradict what we received from the minister, Madam Speaker?
Thank you very much.
Honour members, I think that this fresh model is new to everybody. So let us hear each other out and then understand it, and then we take a position.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's the information I wanted to give, that the money is already with local government. We do not have any more control over it over the years. I thank you.
So I think I need really clarification of the CDO, because I thought the CDO belongs to the Ministry of Gender.
Yes.
Honorable Tieno.
Thank you. Right now, Speaker, it's very clear. It's very clear the minister needed more information than she was giving. For instance, I want to inform the minister, for instance, that coffee UCDA in 2019 generated $492 million US, and now you have taken away, government is taking away all the money from coffee. So it means we are foregoing 492 million US dollars in terms of revenue, just because you want to promote the parish. That's why we are saying, leave UCDA to implement its programs at parish. That's what we are saying, Honourable Minister. You need that information. But also, Right Honourable Speaker, even when you look at, because for instance, Right Honourable Speaker, UCDA has got a program of what they call parish model advisors. Currently, they are operating in 6,069 parishes in 126 currently coffee-growing areas. So why do you remove money from an entity which is already currently operating at parish level, and you're saying that you remove, and they've got they're offering professional extension services at parish level, and you are saying, leave this money, give it to Ministry of Local Government. UCDA, you can go home, do other things. Let Ministry of Local Government. So that's what we are saying. There is a problem of direction here, Right Honourable Speaker. The other, I'm giving you facts. So, Right Honourable Speaker, if you look at, again, they are talking about, the minister talked about priority commodities. I have had the opportunity of looking at these commodities, and I want to give an example of Bukedi. Bukedi, where I come from, the commodities they are talking about is they are prioritizing providing milk coolers. We are not cattle keepers in Bukedi. So if you are telling us that under these programs, Bukedi, you are prioritizing providing milk coolers, where are the animals? We are not cattle keepers. So you can see even in this program, the way the technocrats have hurried with it, they have not had the time, but because they must justify money going to certain areas, they come and now confuse the country without any clear, well thought out programs, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the minister was talking about wealth funds. I am waiting for, okay, but here. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to tell the minister that PRDP, for instance, is not a wealth fund. PRDP is a stabilization stroke recovery fund. It's not a wealth fund. So when you start now bundling PRDP as a wealth fund, it means you have lost the plot right from the very beginning. Even Luero, Right Honourable Speaker, is also a what? It's not a wealth fund per se, but a recovery and stabilization fund. Right Honourable Speaker, I can go on and on, but I want to say, finally, the clarification I want. The minister is now telling us that this is a lifetime changing intervention. But we have had so many of these interventions, a number of them, and I want to remind the minister, and he tells us what happened. We had something called Ukulembeka. We had something called Entandikwa. We have Prosperity for All. We had OWC. And most recently, we had a Mioga. In all the times, whenever you are introducing this, we are saying, these are lifetime, life-changing opportunities for the country. Right Honourable Speaker, what happened? Mioga has just started, and it has unfolded. I mean, it has already collapsed. So our worry is, why is the ministry in a rush, government in a rush, to implement a program where the country has not been involved in deciding the destiny of this country? Because we are all Ugandans. If there is a new program, involve all Ugandans. Let us discuss these things. We understand if it is okay. We all buy it as Ugandans. Not a certain group of technocrats sitting in the Ministry of Finance and coming and say, we are imposing these on Ugandans, when we are actually seeing there are more challenges than answers they are giving. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Kaberuka Asamo, I've seen you. Welcome back. I've seen Tumuzigu Ahmed, I've seen you, and Nyakun, I've seen you. Tuja.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this parish model, indeed it is a model, but Madam Speaker, I went to school. A model and a project are different. In both in outlook and practice. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that the minister has presented a parish model in the form of a project, a program. A model, Madam Speaker, is the innovation, like the way when COVID came in, you said we cannot close the parliament, but we can be in this model, and others can close, but for us we can continue operating, but in this kind of arrangement. That's the model. But the minister has turned the model into a program, a project. Madam Speaker, the parish model is talking about is giving 1 billion to the Minister of Local Government to coordinate the whole country. 1 billion. And Madam Speaker, they are not telling us the right information, as the Honorable Saida Bumba said. This document is unearthing their nakedness. Madam Speaker, there is a steering committee supposed to oversee this project, this parish model headed by the Minister of Finance. So local government is the conduit to make sure they convince the Ugandans to make sure they go through with their thing. Because this is something that is amorphous, that even themselves have not even internalized, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on this 430 billion, they are going to recruit staff. And 230 billion is going to go in procurement alone. They are telling us 30% is going for the women and youth. Where is it? You need to calculate 30% out of the remaining 200 billion, not 400 billion. Madam Speaker, they are talking of the computers. They are going to give these people to get the data, parish data. Madam Speaker, the computer, I am putting it at 7 million only. When you multiply 7 million times 10,594,000 who are parishes in the country, you are going to get a peanut remaining on this money. So, Madam Speaker, it is proper and indeed.
On a point of order,
Madam Speaker, I have much respect for the Honorable Kaberuka, who represents some of my relatives in the House. But I want to really put him on a point of order, because the statement which has been presented by the minister states in table 6, which all of us can look at now, table 6, it says out of 453.3 billion, 400 billion is for the revolving fund. 400 billion out of 453. Administrative costs 3.2 billion. Staff costs 15 billion. ICT data and others 20 billion. And then training of sub-counties and rather staff 3.2 billion. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for Honorable Kaberuka to mislead the House that 250 billion is for procurement, when in the figures here, we have them here in this House this afternoon, is 400 billion out of 453? Thank you. We are referring to the statement the minister has presented, not the document that you have. I don't know where you have got it from. Thank you. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead the House about this important program?
Honorable Kaberuka, can you substantiate your allegations?
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the minister. Indeed, we are learning, because according to Honorable Osieno, we have come a long way from many interventions being sweet-talked here, and we end up being a sham in the field. Madam Speaker, I am talking logically, and you must also tell us logically what it implies when you get a computer to a parish person to support to collect data, how much money are you going to pay? How much money do you pay for a computer in the Ministry of Finance? And how much money are you going to pay in the parish, 10,594 parishes? How much is it going to be translated? Now, Madam Speaker, I'm talking logically, and I'm telling you mathematically and logically that is too much money that is meant only for computers.
Now, honor members, I think let us stick to the motion. The question was whether the web fund should go to join the other funds.
Yeah.
That was the motion.
Now, Madam Speaker,
yes,
my concern is a parish model is not a bad thing. And this is not rocket science. Where we need to pull money from the MDAs, we put it in a certain basket. That's a parish model. What we need to be a parish model is to leave the parliament alone, that we practice how we are practicing here, is to make sure that every web program must operate at the parish, but not necessarily moving money from web and put it somewhere as a parish model. Because the parish indeed is where the planning should be in a view of this presentation. But, Madam Speaker, this is a gimmick to remove money from the MDAs and be taken. Because, Madam Speaker, when there is scarcity of money, this is the first culprit. The first culprit will be this money and it will be removed. And they will say, the parish model, we didn't get money. But when we ring fence that this money is for women, indeed who are 60% of the population of Uganda, then be operationalized at the parish level, it will work, but not necessarily removing it from women fund. If youth fund is there, let's be operated at the parish level, but not removing money from any other models, agencies, and put it in something called parish model, as if this is rocket science.
Information. Information, and then we'll have some more.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for giving way. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm a professional teacher. And when people talk about a model, I feel that anything to be implemented as a model, it must have been piloted very clearly, and to see how it has been successful for a particular model to be implemented in any form before it is rolled out. Right Honourable Speaker, the Myoga program that is almost collapsing was piloted in Kasanda district only, and once they saw as if it was operating well in Kasanda, they decided to roll it out, and that is where the problem has come from. So to my view, Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Finance and therefore the government could have come out clearly to give us a perspective of how this model has worked before it is being implemented and being brought for us as Parliament to pass it to work. That's the information I wanted to give. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his presentation. And we shall all agree that the parish model would be nearer to our people. Madam Speaker, our government has done a lot of programs, and when you look around, would be very rich. But all of them end up in a story. That one has failed. You go and check the youth livelihood, said, oh, we thought it was a thank you from the president. You get a Tandikwa, we don't even know where it ended. Before we even see a program like the Women Fund, where there are some results, now we want to amalgamate. Madam Speaker, I represent special interest group. The moment they put this in a borewell, it's very hard for the special interest groups to get this money. However little the women have their money, let it be theirs, so that they know how to do it. We had empowered already at parish level. The women councils were in charge of the meetings. They're in charge at the sub-county. Now we are killing that structure. And you are going to bring, I will tell you that every parish will have a chairman, not a chairperson. There'll be very accountable women who will take the chairmanship. Every parish is going to have a parish chief who is a man.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, already even with the WEP, before they sign your form, give us something. Give us airtime. I don't have a border. Are we really right to think we're helping our people by bringing sentiments here? Madam Speaker, we are sharing with the fellow Mwalimu has brought it, piloting, and I was like, why don't we test it in some parishes than take it to the 10,000? Try somewhere. Meanwhile, this one is running concurrently, and we have something to weigh, so that when Ubos is doing the monitoring, they can give us a report. I see 15 billion going to staff, and I'm asking myself, our women have been doing it voluntarily. Nobody has been giving them payment, but they have been happy. Madam Speaker, I went to Rwanda, I've gone to Kenya. Get women who have not gone to school empowered, and the governments of those countries help them to export their things out there, and they're able to get a lot of money. You get women are empowered, Maasai women, they make baskets, beads, whatever, and government takes there. I also get worried, Mr. Minister. We talk of coffee, you talk of how many women own those lands? Otherwise, it's going to be the Mr. Man taking the proceeds. Yeah, you dig, you do everything, but the man will say, bring the money here. Are you really giving us the right thing by thinking we should clap for you because you have made us Assad? We know women are in councils, but how many of them lift their voices? Let us talk of this thing when we know practical. I am a down-to-earth person, and I stay in the villages. I know what happens, because that's where my constituency is. I cannot sit in a boardroom and appreciate and say, yes, parish model for the sake of talking. We have just brought a big term, a mioga. People are crying. They have told us contribute this, contribute. We are talking of supporting poor people, but you bring in other things. Mr. Minister, I want to propose that let's pilot this project in some of your parishes. Meanwhile, the other programs are running, like the Women Fund. It should be running somewhere, and you also test. When somebody tells me there are no staff in the districts, then I'm asking, all these ministry programs are running in the local governments, and the local governments are unfunded. Most of the money is at the national. Why don't we transfer all the money of monitoring everything back to the local government? Because that's where the programs are run. So that argument to me does not satisfy me, because this money, which is at the local government, is monitored again by a minister at headquarters or somebody. Now we are being told Ubos will be coming, somebody from Minister of Finance, maybe somebody from Operational Recreation, I don't know, because I've not understood. Minister, you need to help me as a politician. When I'm monitoring, whom am I monitoring? Am I monitoring the parish, the sub-county, or the cow? If I'm taking a committee down there, where are we going to see the effects of this thing? What is your marketing strategy? Really to move us from poverty, the 68%, and make sure that by this time, these people have money in their houses. It's not about giving people peanuts, and there's no impact, and we would have lost 400 billion in one financial year. Lastly, Madam Speaker, even with WEP, we have never had 100% release. Are you assuring us that this one you'll be releasing it 100% without cutting? Is it ring-fenced? So that by the time we support you, we have answers to tell back to those people in the villages. I thank you.
Akurut, Anyakun, Amede, Timusibu, then I come this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank the Minister for the statement on the parish model. I have three concerns on this parish model that I wanted to bring forth as we discuss this model. The first one that I'm not actually satisfied or convinced is on the formation that is the executive of the parish model. Knowing that 52% of our population is constituted by women, I was wondering what informed the composition of the executive, where just a third is given to women. I would have proposed that we would have had actually maybe 50% of the executive being constituted by women, knowing that we are looking at the poverty situation in our country. And actually by the figures that the minister gave, the 68% of our people doing agriculture, most of it is being done by women. So I expected the constitution, the executive to be constituted by more than 50% of the women, since it's actually more of them that undertake agriculture in our communities. Right, Honorable Speaker, the other second aspect that I'm not comfortable with is, did the ministry do the evaluation of the affirmative action programs? I know where youth livelihood was instituted as an affirmative action for the women and for the youth. For us to say that we are going to collapse these programs of WEP and youth livelihood to get the funding for this parish model, then we have missed the point of affirmative action for women. To me, I would think that, yes, the parish model is a good model, and to me, honestly, I would be one of the biggest beneficiary. I have 108 parishes in Katakwi. That would have given us about 40 billion under this model. But for us to collapse WEP program, the youth livelihood, I think we are missing a point, because those were affirmative actions. Then thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, I had an opportunity of looking at the PRDP3. And one of the programs of PRDP3 is on regional development, catch-up programs of Bukedi, Busoga, Teso, Karamoja sub-region, Northern Uganda. Those are regions that are being looked to be under the poverty line, below the poverty line. And as such, the government has instituted a program of regional development, bringing them to book or to equality with the rest of the regions. Now, for us to say that we are going to close PRDP, NOSAF, and the rest of it all, and of course, I know the parish model, we are going to all the parishes, then are we not widening the poverty gap in the country? Because even those that are not experiencing poverty, so to say, will have the parish model program in their parishes. So what are we doing about these catch-up programs? We call them recovery and stabilization programs. If we are going to use the funding meant for them, funding meant for Bukedi, funding meant for Teso sub-region, funding meant for Karamoja, Northern Uganda, for this parish model project or program. To me, Right Honorable Speaker, my recommendation would be, let the parish model be a standalone or a complementary or a supplementary program to the rest of the programs that we're already running in the country, like WEP, Youth Livelihood, NUSAV, PRDP, and the rest of it all. That is my humble contribution, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Anyakun Ahmed Muzigu. Then I come this side. Atu wazima. Uko wazima babadili. Then I come this side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for this presentation. I truly want to support this parish model. Right Honorable Speaker, I remember I had the Minister talking about how to empower regions, for example, which have been hit so much by poverty levels. And I happen to be coming from one of the regions, that's Karamoja. Regions like Bokede, Busoga. We have been trying to see how can these regions appear in black and white in NDP, so that they also have a level to be balanced like other regions. Probably this parish level is going to help us. Right Honorable Speaker, one challenge we have been having with government programs, beneficiary identification. Whatever the district tries to identify, if the CDO does not have a technical know-how in the particular sub-county, people end up not getting these services. You find the same beneficiary is on NUSAF, the same beneficiary is on web, the same beneficiary is on OPM, the same beneficiary is in NADS. Now, I believe this model is going to help us to go down to the people, for example, in my constituency in Nakapiripiti district, and they'll be in position to control. The only challenge that the ministry has to help us is the technical part of it. Who is going to monitor this at the parish level, not the parish chiefs, because they also have issues of getting kitu kidogo from the beneficiaries. We streamline that, and then we make sure that this goes to the people. Me, I believe this thing is going to work. Even when I got to know about it, I was very happy that at least it will reach the people of Nakapiripiti down in the village. Those had to reach areas, Madam Speaker, that you've been, and my people have not been benefiting from this project. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Amede Timusigu, Ozima Babadiri, then I come to National Dialogue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement. But I stand here as a skeptic of this model. There are so many models to development, but this particular one, it needs to be carefully thought into. When I was a student in Makerere, still as an undergraduate, there was a public lecture, and the keynote speaker of the day was Professor Mahmoud Mamdan. So he made a statement saying, decentralization in Uganda as of now is like decentralizing corruption. And it amused us so much, and we giggled and laughed as undergraduates. But I have lived to see that. So poverty is prevalent in Africa, in Uganda, because of many institutional challenges and structural challenges that I call upon the government to address before jumping into this model. Poverty cannot just be addressed overnight, but it's a gradual process. In 2018, we had the opportunity to benefit from NUSAF as a district, but there's nothing to write home about. Honorable Minister, I'm here to tell you that your model is going to fail if you fuse it with politics. Divest development issues from politics. Yes, let the politicians be the policymakers and supervisors, but not implementers. Why are we not concentrating on one thing? We start this, we drop this, we start this. We are having half dose of everything. There are progressive people in the villages. What do they do differently from the rest of the people? Have we analyzed, for instance, for those who are progressive, is the issue capital? Let it be. Then let us increase credit access for those who are progressive, so the others can learn from them. And let the credit be managed by a professional institution. Stop tempting civil servants to steal this money. If the problem, why do I say half dose? What is the focus of our government? 50 years down the road, their children sit on the ground. Is it creating wealth that is urgent? Suppose an educated person gets proper education. Perhaps they will create wealth for themselves. Our children are not studying in the villages. Healthcare is bad. Roads are bad. Why don't we focus on those areas other than throwing around money for it to be stolen? Finally, I implore you, Honorable Minister, this money you're going to send is going to be little money without any impactful meaning. Therefore, we are just deceiving Ugandans. Why don't you, for example, pull this money and subsidize areas that the majority are engaged in, agriculture, put good seed, fertilizers at sub-counties, put hatcheries, so that many people can be raised up at once instead of a few individuals. Then lastly, the Myoga issue. But I did not get the Myoga money. And how do you ran away from the Myoga queries and came to this. But I would like you to give a statement if there is a possibility that those who want to opt out of Myoga, their money is refunded. Thank you.
Honorable Tumzigu Nsima Babadiri, then I go to Honorable Mukitale Kivumbi. Is that Koro? Okay. Mukitale Kivumbi Koro, I see the group here. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank the Minister for presenting and giving us light about the parish model. And Madam Speaker, I think today is when we should remind the Minister and the entire Cabinet that it is not time to introduce new things which we do not understand when the economy is not doing well and our budget is not sufficient enough to cater for even the programs which have been running. Because, for example, Madam Speaker, WEP doesn't have enough money so far. We haven't raised enough money for WEP. We haven't raised enough money for Youth Livelihood Fund. We haven't raised money for other programs which are really supposed to do better work, which have been tested in this country. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is not time now to test new programs when we do not have enough money, when we are borrowing to the extent that we are about to reach our threshold, which will make us fail to borrow next financial year, because I'm worried sincerely when they say 49.9, it is almost 50. So, Madam Speaker, as we talk about this model, there is a chance, there is actually the highest probability surrounding that money is that it will be stolen. And when I say it, I really believe this money will be stolen. Why? How can you say that the model is going to cover the entire country when there is no money? Yet WEP and Youth Livelihood Fund had not covered the entire country, and it has spent so many years. It has been here. Those funds have been here and they have not covered the entire country. How do you come and say the parish model will cover the entire country? It is totally impossible. Maybe it will cover the entire country by benefiting the cow and other individuals, and the rest of the people will remain poor. Lastly, it has been well documented by the minister that our rural people do not have money. Now that we know that they do not have money, why overtax them and then send back the money? And in that process, it is deducted through different ways of spending on the personnel, spending on all kinds of implementation. Why don't we leave our people with their money? They save it and make capital and make Uganda prosper. Why overtax them and then send them money? Of course, by the time it reaches there, it will be about 40%. So why don't we live there 100% instead of bringing 100% and take back 40%? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Onsima, then Babadiri, then to Mukitale, Kivumbi, Koro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I followed this debate from the other motion, where Honorable, the name has gone off my mind, when she moved the motion that the women funds should not be put together with the other funds into the
Honorable Award, the leader
yes,
of opposition.
Honorable Award, the leader of opposition. when I followed that debate from that day up to today, I think there seems to be one critical question which is not being answered. And that seems to be the source of confusion. When we are saying the women's fund will be put together with other funds and implemented at Paris model, what is this money going to do at Paris model, at the Paris level? If it is to be accessed by women at Paris level, other than the previous levels, I don't think this confusion will come. So, in my opinion, I think when we are talking about Paris model, it will appear initially the last local government point of service delivery is the sub-county. The youth are supposed to access their money at the sub-county level. Women are supposed to access their women's fund at sub-county. If government is saying now, instead of people accessing service at sub-county, where maybe fewer people are benefiting, let's take it to a Paris level, such that it is taken nearer to people, therefore more people are going to access it. I don't think this debate will be there. That is my opinion. Madam Speaker, some time back, I think when we had adopted decentralization, the element of decentralization was brought about by the agitation by World Bank that governments should adopt good governance. Good governance meant that more people should be involved in decision making, services should be taken nearer to people, then people who are in charge of service delivery should be more accountable to people. So if you are saying sub-county is a bit far, let's go closer at the Paris level. Where is the problem for our members? But I think the confusion here is that there seems to be a kind of understanding that this money, when it is taken to implement the model. Now implement how? That seems to be the confusion. But my understanding is that this money, women will access it, but it will be accessed at what? At the Paris level. And in my opinion, Madam Speaker, I support this because at the sub-county, all our members were politicians. Politics influences service delivery. Sometimes you find at a sub-county level, whoever is the LC3 chairperson, women from his or her Paris can even benefit more than other women from other what? Parises. Now, if there are discrepancies of this nature, if you were saying no, this will be put to end such that the services are taken at Paris level, more people will benefit. Those who have been just a moment. Those who have been sidelined, many can come on board. For me, other members, I don't see any challenge with this. I don't see any challenge. Just a moment. I don't see any challenge with this. For me, what I want us to try to look at is the money enough? That should be the question. Because, Madam Speaker, when I looked at this money, the money is supposed to be 490 billion to implement the Paris model. This 490 billion is supposed to go to 10,595 parishes. When you divide this, each parish is getting around 46 million. Now the question, is this enough? For me, that could be the question to be shared with other programs. But as far as the program is concerned, for me, I see it as effective decentralization as a way of taking services closer to people. Thank you very much.
Honorable Badiri.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not amused with this program of Paris level. This is not the first time government is introducing such programs. And most of them have failed. Very few, maybe like Web, which has succeeded. Why do I think this program will also follow the rest and fail? Because they are using the same method, one of distributing the money. They say people must form circles. Do you know how tedious it is to form a circle? You have to register, you have to contribute, you have to come all the way to Kampala to ensure that it is registered with the cooperative here. And it's a long process. It takes time to get that money. Number two, accessing the money. How many women out there will be able to contribute and get this money from these circles? Number three, the circles. How many circles have collapsed? I remember in 2006, we were encouraged to form circles at the sub-county level so that people can get money. We all endeavored, but these circles, most of them disappeared. The money of people were eaten up by others. And now when you talk of the circle, people are not impressed with the circles. Through the way this money is going to be given, that's one way of failing. Then number two is the training. Your training you talk about is just 1 day, 2 days training of how to use the money, but the training of how to implement the program. For example, if you're growing coffee, how are you going to grow? How is the coffee monitored? How is it harvested up to the end? Whether you take maize, whether you take livestock, the training is not adequate. And also the supply of the input. They will say, okay, let us bring seeds. They will transport seeds from elsewhere. And by the time they reach there, all are withered out and they cannot progress. So the method of producing, of distributing this thing is the same. I don't know how we can change. I think what is very important is we must emphasize training of our individuals by the right people, the extension workers, those who are doing business, train people business, so that by the time they pick that money, they know what to use the money for. Otherwise, if we are not careful, it will follow the same trend. Now, regarding words, it's doing well. What we can do is just, instead of giving at the sub-county level, let us bring it to the parish so that the women can access their money. The same with youth, instead of killing other programs and depend on a program which may collapse. Believe me or not, this program will follow the same trend. Let us have a better way of training our people so that when they get the money, they can implement and improve our life. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kitale, then Chifumbi, Koluo, Oseku.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for bringing this information on the floor because we have a Ministry of Guidance, but for this debate to have been happening for some time without clearly coming out at that level was also unfortunate. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are almost celebrating a silver jubilee of decentralization in Uganda. As a devolution, taking services nearer to the people, with districts as a center of operation, but implementation mostly at the sub-county, and I'm a student of devolution. But the planning area has been the parish. So what you are not telling this parliament, and you have experts, you have National Planning Authority, what went wrong with decentralization that all the attempts to transit and migrate our people from peasantry and household from that subsistence has failed. No data, no reference to it. That in Tandikwa, prosperity for all these good efforts. Natively, you can say we have made attempts, 7 attempts to have a hay to produce a kid, and they have all failed. And we can't give up because the kingdom wants a successor. But you don't have to do an abomination. The other day, contributing to this motion, I said you don't have to rob a Nyakato to give to a strong Isingoma. Let me amend my statement. You don't have to kill a Nyakato to produce an Isingoma. Because that's what we are trying to do. So if WEP is a success story, it should only be enhanced. It should only be enhanced. And there are already existing structures at a Paris. There are some circles, there are some efforts at that level. So why this policy incoherence, policy reversal, some confusion is also at a technical level. Either somebody is giving them instructions, and that's why they have lost their expertise, and they can give the minister a document which clearly shows there is some unnecessary rush. I would also have expected the minister at this point in time, and more so National Planning Authority. We didn't achieve middle income last year. The economy was hard hit 2020 by COVID. We have been having success enterprises at that level. Progressive farmers, lead farmers. They are struggling now. Why don't you come with a COVID stimulus response to help those who are a success story with proven performance? You are now proposing to go to a gray area, which you don't even know whether it will succeed at all. Because even all these miogas, all these could actually, you would have a much better effect. Parliament in 2005, in the Constitutional Amendment, after looking at the challenges of decentralization, did come up with Article 178 of the Constitution, and that's the regional tier government. Specifically, Section A, equalizations of areas like Usoga, my grandchildren, where all our people used to go and work, but now is being called the poor area. The chronic poverty, the household survey and others have brought out areas of chronic poverty. Why don't you pilot in those areas where there are challenges? We have just last year and on this budget introduced cities. We failed to get the regional government, but cities came, and I thank government for that as a person who was pushing for that motion. But it's not just to be political cities. This should be economic zones. There should be economic zones with industrial parks, economic zones with all the value addition, with the silos. You can't do it at a parish. It has to be at some level. If we are going to transform, it cannot be a jack of all trades and master of none. There must be some level of specialization in every zone. Yesterday we were talking about ecological zones. Equally, in our agriculture, there are areas privileged in some peculiarities. So you zone those areas within that Bunyoro zone, that Teso zone, that Bukedi zone, that Ankole zone. Chigezi is now talking of high range, high value tea. Then you give them the value addition at that level. That's the model we're expecting, that having tried for 25 years to use decentralization and avoid challenges, can we now look at the regional efforts? But to go down to the Paris, you cannot have impact. We are sprinkling resources. Honorable Speaker, my prayer, can we give serious review of this well-intended program? I can understand the frustration of government in as far as failing to migrate the household from the subsistence, but let us not do it in a panicky way. Let's do it in a more organized way, NPA working with experts, and don't run out from local government. The fact is, even as we talk of 25 years of the resources are still at the center. The resources are not at the district. So can we take resources at least at the region? Because here yesterday we were discussing road equipment is lacking. This is lacking in the district. Then we can have regional efforts to make sure that we can intervene to our people at that level when there's a challenge. I want to plead that as we implement year 2 of NDP3, we focus, because if we don't focus, I don't think we are performing on the revenue side. The situation is not good. My final submission is that government is giving mixed messages to taxpayers. Very soon, they will riot and refuse to pay taxes because you are telling the people you have money to sprinkle. You have a lot of money to throw around. You should be giving message that we have challenges in revenue generation, and we should consolidate the resources so that we can put it where there is a return on investment. I thank you.
No, Chivumbi. Chivumbi, then Koro, Useku, Gonzaga. Centenary, Alum, Noya, and that's Kabwedi.
Right Honorable Speaker, the fight against grassroots poverty is the most non-partisan fight that this country can engage in. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like this Parliament to be informed that this model is informed by a research that we have found severely wanting. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go to third paragraph of the minister's statement, he says subsistence farming constituted 68%. And when you go to page 2 on the table 1, he says poverty levels, people who are in abject poverty, are 39%. Therefore, we are now saying that 39% of Ugandans are the only poor people. In the detailed guideline he has laid on table, Right Honorable Speaker, he has mapped out research on subsistence across the country. For example, on the map it shows that in Karamoja, only 19% are engaged in agriculture. That the rest of the population of Karamoja is engaged in stone quarrying, stone crushing. That poverty levels in upward central region is at 3%. Right Honorable Speaker, when you even start the Busoga, which you know very well, on their map, they are showing that it's only 27% of people from Busoga are engaged in agriculture. That is the basic research that informs this model. Another data that the House should know is that only 33% of the parishes in Uganda have parish chiefs. The rest of the parishes do not have parish chiefs. So they have LC1 and LC2, but parish chiefs are not there. Right Honorable Speaker, another issue that was touched that is so clear is supplying inadequacy and causing scarcity. And when you do that, you cause discretion. When you cause discretion, you invite corruption. Because this money is so little, Right Honorable Speaker, we calculated that the money available per parish will be 41 million. We calculated household, if you divide two average household, each household will be entitled to not more than 70,000. Each household in a parish. Therefore, how evolving are you going to evolve 40 million in a 5-year running scale to kick out poverty? That's Honorable Speaker. That's why my submission is that this money, first of all, what we are debating about is peanuts. If government wants to make a big upfront on poverty, you go down there with the serious money. Money that can make a difference. 2, Madam Speaker, if I have a pair of eggs and I have so many starving children and I want to really give them food to eat, do I roll the few eggs I have or I go to the market and buy a new tray of eggs? This is what the government is saying. It's only rolling eggs from one tray to another. So you are simply juggling poverty around. Honorable Speaker, last submission in Parliament here, I made a passionate submission. And later on, the President picked it out, although he attributed it to the Minister of Finance. Within our budget, if we adequately gave the budget committee to do adequate surgery, we will recover trillions of money that you can invest in the parish model. If the Minister of Finance wants, let them empower the budget committee to clearly look at this budget. Leave the nuts money, women money. Those are small money, 100. We know where trillions are. Trillions of money is in defense. Trillions of money is in security. Trillions of money is all over. So, Right Honorable, if government today says we will not buy new vehicles for government officials. We can have $1 trillion saved. If we can cut all the necessary special meals and everything, we can have this money. So, Honorable Minister, we've debated this. Why don't you leave this small money in coffee development and wherever it is only small money, 200, and go where there are trillions of money piled? And you go after those sectors and find the real money. But you go to already suffering sectors and you want to cut them. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I'm one of the people who think the parish model should be implemented. But my approach is, why don't we invest 1 year in adequate research, recruitment of workers? Then in the next year, you roll over something that you are sure of. Other than the way you've been doing, we've been doing this over and over and again, and we get the same results. Twice beaten, twice shy. We've gambled with all these other programs. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, my submission is that let us not hurry. The government is going to embark on a fresh, new 5-year. Honorable Speaker, is that in 5 years' time, you have time on your scale. You've done this hurriedly and you have not achieved much. Why don't you rest, pause 1 year, do research, go on ground, implement a well thought out program? I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Koluo. Where's Honorable Koluo? Koluo is here, then Oseku. Then Koluo, Oseku, Gonzaga, Centenary, Lili Adong, Opolot, Santa and Kashari. Oh, Amoru.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The presentation of the minister on the model on the paper is really very good. But what I see, the challenge will be implementation. To me, I request the minister to test this model at a regional level. For example, in eastern Uganda, northern Uganda, central Uganda, southwest Uganda, and southern Uganda, to see whether this model will succeed. Honorable Minister, the clarification I need from you, you mentioned about the health, the social services. According to what we know, the health center tools all over the country were faced. How are the people going to benefit? Then, two, the youth need to benefit out of their skills. In some areas, for example, the county I represent, that is Toroma, totally there is no vocational training institute or technical school. How will the youth from that area benefit? So I request, if this model is brought, the first place where you open the technical school should be Toroma. I thank you.
Honorable Oseku. Oseku, then Honorable Gonzaga Seungu, Centenary, Lily.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Jacob Polot. And I think Lucy is somewhere behind there.
My submission, Honorable Speaker, will be on what I call an assumption by the Ministry of Finance under the parish model that the third pillar will be largely for financial inclusion of the people. And for me, I think this is where there is a big problem, because what the ministry envisages is that there will be a revolving fund based in the parishes and it will be the money for the people. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to point out to this Parliament that the fundamental problem that affected the Mihoga and failed it from the point go was the fact that it was premised on participating circles being the ones to manage and implement the program of Emyoga. But these circles were non-existent, people were not trained, and so when the money was said to have been sent to the districts, the people were stuck. Already, the implementers, the government structures at the local government level had already gone ahead to pick money from the people, and they had collected money so that the people were complaining, and now people are there stuck. The money is said to be in the districts, and nobody is accessing this money. I am seeing the same thing due to happen if we rush to implement this parish model thing that the minister is talking about. Right Honorable Speaker, the capacity of our people to handle money is also very important to know. We are talking about poor people, and I have seen when some of the projects were implemented, some people were compensated with the millions of money, but they spent this money and today they are as poor as they were before. So there is a need to build the capacity of these people first of all. But when you look at this parish model thing, there has been no consultation with the people. There is what I would call an ambush. And this is becoming a problem of government. Every other time they are coming with a problem, I mean with a program, it's like an ambush. Today you are moving, then tomorrow they are saying, today it is this one. People have talked about Entandikwa, prosperity for all, we have talked of Emyoga, we have talked of, so I think government should stop ambushing this country, because in so doing, they are not doing it good. Instead, the people are losing out. Right Honorable Speaker, the other day I talked about this money being tagged on availability of land in terms of increasing productivity for agriculture. And it was only yesterday, I think on 14th of this very month, when we saw a correspondence from the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture to the cows, asking them to avail information about availability of land and ownership of land in order to try to look at mechanization of agriculture to increase productivity. But as we speak today, it clearly shows that the government has not done enough research, it has not collected enough information to enable it to come up with a proper way to implement this program called a parish model. So for that matter, indeed, like members have observed, I think government should stay this implementation a little, because you can see they are saying by the second quarter of the financial year 2021-2022, this program should be running. But when you look at the time left, Madam Speaker, it is not enough time to be able to implement this program to the satisfaction and to benefit the people. The issue of market has clearly been talked about, and for the several times we have been successful to produce more. We have seen chaos, sugarcane, maize, rice. People are importing rice when there is rice here. There is no market for our maize. And then you come again and borrow money that you want to give people to buy that maize, but you see at the end of the day, the maize has never been bought from the people. You remember, Honorable Minister, Parliament gave money here. So all these things need to be properly addressed. We need to think about the issues of market. In the East, for example, we have production of potatoes, fruits, but even with the Soroti Fruit Factory right now, they are not buying. So I think this must be addressed, because at the end of it all, even if we succeeded in increasing productivity and there is no market for people to sell these things, they are going to be more frustrated. They will not come out of the poverty that we are striving to get them out. And for that matter, government will have done us a disservice. I thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Seungu Centenary, Lily Adong. Mangusho, who is behind you there? Okay.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I want to inform you that for any of you who will support this parish model, the only achievement you are going to get out of this is that for the first time, the minister stayed longer in this house than ever before because of the parish model. And the Right Honourable Speaker, I'm beseeching, through Right Honourable Speaker, I'm beseeching the ministers, Honorable Kasaija, spare time, get your vehicle, go to Akokoro, at the grave of the late Milton Obote and have a night there, say some prayers and ask him, how did you manage poverty during your time when you were president of this country between 1981 to 1985? Why am I saying this, Madam Speaker? I come from Karungu. During that time in my village, not even a parish, Right Honourable Speaker, there is nobody who could ever first take coffee to a store to get money. But he could go to a store, tells the owner of the store, Mister, I have coffee at home. I don't have school fees. Can you give me 5 empty bags and money worth those empty bags? Then someone would give him money, the owner of the store. He gets his empty bags, goes and harvests his coffee. After harvesting it, but he has taken children to St. Andrew's College, Namasagari. Then after a week, he would take back the coffee to the store manager and he enjoys his life. That's what was happening. Right Honourable Speaker, when I was in secondary, 1986, our parents, my father was not a poor man. Honourable Minister, let me tell you, my father by 1971, he was importing lorries in Uganda and importing them in Masaka. In 79, his business, they bombed 90 lorries, FAP, where he had a franchise. But he could allow every child of his family, his children, says, now my children, I have finished harvesting my coffee. You are free now to go in the garden. You also have some coffee and you get pocket money to use at the school. That's how we managed to put on shirts like Azaro, Zico, Walker, and Sharif trousers. For those of you who know these clothes. But this was not out of, Right Honourable Speaker, this was not out of handouts. It was not out of going for parish model. What is happening, Right Honourable Speaker, is this. There was a prison warden in one of the prison cells, and he was given permission to serve prisoners with the food. So he was giving them 2 eggs every morning as their lunch. Then supper for bananas. Then he told them, you people, I've fed you very well for the last month. From today, I'm going to be giving you 2 bananas in the morning and 4 eggs in the evening. And the prisoners clapped so much that they had changed their diet. Indeed, was the diet changed? There was no diet changed. What the government is doing, what Honourable Kasaija is doing, is playing about the feeding, which is not nutritious to the people. Right Honourable Speaker, let the minister go and look at the TDA manifesto. Many political parties, FDC, National Platform, write manifestos. Take time and read them. You were with the Honourable Prime Minister. And Right Honourable Speaker, when you read the TDA manifesto, you see that Ambama Mbabas was saying that whoever had a loan by that time of elections, they say November 2016, government was going to pay back for all those loans so that people would be free of them, as long as the loan was not above 5 million. We asked this man that you, Mr. Prime Minister, you were in the government, where are you going to get the money to pay back all these loans of 5 million to these people? He said, no, the money we have in microfinance can pay back all these loans. People become free of loans, then they start working again. When you got the parish level, no speaker, what they were saying in the TDA was putting centers of excellence at every parish so that government would give these areas money. You take your coffee, you take your beans, government buys them, even if they lose market, but the farmer has got food. But here we are, we don't know what I say. Tell us the difference between a myoga, between wealth creation, between steady progress, vis-a-vis parish model. There is no difference. Are you going to collapse them? Rather no speaker. What is happening now? Then Minister of Gender Youth will be mandatory as long as you put in this program. Because you are taking the youth to local government. You are taking, as I conclude as no speaker, you are taking women to local government. So may I ask you, and I'm repeating this, go to Akokoro, spend a night there. You cannot go to a ministry group because you know where it is. We don't know. And pray, get the knowledge. Otherwise, if I was the president, I wouldn't be keeping you in the administration by now with this statement. That's why I'm not debating it, reading through it, because I didn't find substance in it that can sustain this country. Thank you very much.
Honorable Centenary. Then Lily Adong.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In my own understanding of a model, it is a standard of operation that is well researched, scientifically proven, and there are some hypothetical situations that are put under research until you come up with conclusions. My question to the Minister of Finance, what hypothetical question are you trying to answer through this parish model that has not been answered by other government interventions? And I want to specifically interest myself in the PCA model, the Parish Credit Association model, which is a financial inclusion approach that was piloted by the through the Luero-Rwenzori Ministry. And I know in Busoga they had a budget of 4.4 billion for the PCAs. In Rwenzori we have 9.3 billion, which has been taken away. And we're looking at financial inclusion. In my own opinion, I think when you pilot a certain approach, the lessons learned are used to, first of all, improve that model that you're trying to pilot, and then you roll it out. Now, instead of enhancing the model that has already been tested by, for instance, Luero-Rwenzori, you're now taking away the entire budget, 9.3 billion, into an amalgamated fund. How different is it going to be implemented by even an agency, a ministry that has not even tried to implement? At least Luero-Rwenzori has been implementing for the last few years, and they know the challenges, they know actually what to do, and they know the success stories, well documented actually. For me, in my opinion, Honorable Minister, I think we should not kill government MDAs, but we should allow them to grow the models that they have already piloted, they're already implementing, and enhance them financially instead of taking away even the little. It's not that they have failed to implement this model. Luero-Rwenzori has been implementing it, but they did not have enough funds. Now, some of these funding opportunities that were given to those agencies were as a result of an affirmative action. I recall in 2015, we had a program called Luero-Rwenzori Development Program, where your ministry had budgeted 540 billion shillings to support especially regions, sub-regions and regions that were affected by war. But it was underfunded. So before a project even gets into maturity and takes off, you are killing it, you're bringing a new one. Why are you confusing Ugandans? Why don't we mainstream the parish development model into all government implementation programs without even necessarily amalgamating these funds? For instance, if women entrepreneurship program budget is meager, why don't we add and we say for all the parishes that we have in this country, we are going to enhance the budget of Ministry of Gender to continue supporting the women entrepreneurship program, but this money should trickle down to all parishes. In that way, we shall be rolling out. Why don't we say, UCDA, you're providing seedlings, but the money for procuring these seedlings is not sufficient. Let us have our farmers profiled at parish level so that we support them directly without amalgamating resources, because you are now going to stress the Ministry of Local Government I can see this budget has 200 billion being picked from agri-led. Agri-led is a concept that was developed when Salim Saleh camped in the Rwenzori region. And it was supposed to do roads, support construction of markets. Before it even takes off, you want to take away the money into an amalgamated fund. Are we really moving in the right direction, Honorable Minister? I would propose that don't hasten to implement this parish model. It is a very good model, but can we have further research into how best we can have it mainstreamed into all the government programs so that everyone is able to benefit from this model? Otherwise, it is going to suffer the same fate that Emyoga did. Because for me, in Kasese,
thank you,
we were so excited about Emyoga. But at the time of implementation, they were calling the NRM structures and sidelining other Ugandans who are also taxpayers. And it ended up being a political program, failing at the onset.
Okay.
I beg to move.
Honorable Lilia Dong, then Honorable Polot, followed by Honorable Arum and Lucy Akelo. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for presenting this model. Madam Speaker, to me, I see this is another slogan that is being brought in to entice Ugandans to think their problem will end tomorrow if this program is implemented to the dot. Madam Speaker, having worked in the local government, this is, I feel it is like a normal structure. I remember in 2002, 2005, when they brought in the sub-county model of service delivery. Yes, somehow it brought a bit of changes because they put staff. I'm just wondering if this parish model will also include adding more staff at the parish level. Because sincerely, we have only one parish chief. And in some places, even they are not there. Who is going to be in charge of this mobilization? Who is going to be in charge? And if we think it is only money that people lack in the villages, it's not money. We lack the will and maybe the market stimulus so that people are able to sell whatever they have. Madam Speaker, I'm one of those who participated vigorously to mobilize community at all levels in anything that comes, but has reached a point where I cannot mobilize anymore. Because you mobilize, within a short time, you remain with the program in your hand. You don't even know who to go to, there's no market. I think it is a lesson that the moment you get a system which is functioning, you simply have to build or not destroy. I think as a country, we regret destroying the cooperative movements that we had in place. Madam Speaker, I'm one of those who, I remember when I was still a bit young, how farmers used to coordinate in growing cotton, how farmers used to coordinate in growing, maybe in our place was cotton, and the men used to get involved. But now, there's no clear market. We have the middlemen running over. Even if you encourage these people to grow, and maybe they produce like rice, where are they going to sell it? The middlemen still take away all the profits. Madam Speaker, I request that maybe we need to rethink and make sure that all the facilities needed. Madam Speaker, another thing I want to talk of is about SACCO. I know SACCO, we have success stories about SACCOs in other places. But for the real poor people, SACCO may not really be a vehicle to make them succeed. Because when you look at the interest that is put on SACCO, actually SACCO...
Polot, then Santa, then Lucy.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving us this opportunity to discuss this matter. Madam Speaker, I have listened to expressions made by different stakeholders, both within and outside Parliament, on the issue of the parish model, and I've quietly done so. And I get a little scared about our country. Madam Speaker, yes, one will say whatever has been said or whatever we've said is the normal and expected resistance to change or the skepticism. But most of it, you find that it is out of experience over time and painful experience with the same people. One wonders, when you say the parish model, is it because the parish model works without consultations and, you know, it is something that's so magical that it must be brought as just a bang on the people, or it is something that should have been developed out of a consultative process, which would enable, strengthen it, but also enable, sensitize the stakeholders who are supposed to be involved. Madam Speaker, I want to say here, I'm sorry if it may sound unpleasant, but I have to say it because there's nowhere else I can say it. I'm pained because we have found ourselves in so many times in situations where Parliament is appearing to be resistant to a good idea. But you find that Parliament has not been informed, has not been involved, and something is new, and as representatives of the people, we must be sure before something is introduced to our people. And part of the leadership, as part of the leadership of the country, we must be assured that this model will not be just mere showbiz like previous models. Madam Speaker, honorable members have said here experiences of other schemes, and you wonder, it's like we are so much in a hurry to do certain things in our very own lifetime. We do not yet give ourselves time to fully run the cycle of implementing a particular program or a particular model and learn from it in order to reinvent another model. We just want that I am a Minister of Finance, all these things must happen in my lifetime, but you are Minister of Finance, there were Ministers of Finance, and there will be Ministers of Finance. Why are we in a hurry? So, Madam Speaker, I must say that I would also say with a great bit of confidence that it is possible. Even as we are, I really have failed to support it or oppose it, because I want to say none of us here can say with 100% confidence that it is very bad. Neither can anyone here say it is the best we can implement. So we have to refer to the experience that is making people skeptical. People have referred to web. It's because it's something that we have seen working and touching people's lives meaningfully. And we are right to be skeptical because what you are bringing, which you have not piloted anywhere, which you cannot confidently defend, we are not yet sure of it. Honorable Minister, where has it worked? And how has it worked? So it seems we have a set of people who want to keep bringing in new ideas and implement them to test. But it's also possible that we want to implement them to grab something out of them. And that's the painful experience we have had. Before people understand Entandikwa, before they understand Emioga, as they are saying, do a forensic audit, you want to run away to the parish model. So that the outcome of the so-called forensic audit of a Myoga will find you when you have moved to other things. And people are still learning the new thing. That's the painful experience I am having as part of this parliament. This parish model has no proven path, has no evidence of any success to refer to, that you say this was done this way and worked out this way, and therefore, if we made these other improvements and modifications, it will perform even much better. So, one wonders, Madam Speaker, you'll bear with me, I've taken long without ever saying a word in this house. And I wanted to say this. If you're Minister of Finance, I would think that this is now the time you should be thinking of having a specialized and well-trained unit in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that should guide and nurture development programs, development approaches, not just hurrying and running up and down and all over the place with the things that have no proof of performance simply because you think you are in charge and therefore people should just take everything down their throats. This is very unfortunate. Can we have a well-trained technical team that can be more, I don't want to say permanent, but established to last a long time and handle the issues of development, not these disposable technocrats who will live today and tomorrow another one comes with his own or her own ideas. Finally, when we talk of a parish, yes, I may want to ask what is a parish? And one will say it is obvious. But are parishes the same size, same considerations across the country? There are parishes that are smaller. There are some that are bigger. There are some that are small but more populated. There are some whose geography itself complicates matters. What do you have in stock or in plan for such? So, Madam Speaker, I have reason to say a word, but I am mixed up because I am wondering why we are always on the run with different programs and not involving the critical stakeholders right from inception and making Parliament appear shabby, appear uncooperative when some of these potentially or would be useful strategies are being introduced. So that's the bit I wanted to say without delving into the minister's presentation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Alum. Usakero, Kavaresha, Mangusho, Mtende, we close with the Moro.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you so much. Madam Speaker, I contributed to this debate last Tuesday, and today I want to only get some areas of clarifications. That is completely not yet clear to me. Madam Speaker, to hear that money is going down to the parish level is very pleasing, I think, to all the members of this House. But Madam Speaker, the question is, which vehicle are we using to take this money to our people? I thought the Ministry of Gender has been doing and performing so well as far as the Women Fund is concerned. Madam Speaker, the minister talked of amalgamation of funds. And with the economics that I did, Madam Speaker, companies are always amalgamated when neither the companies involved serves as a legal entity, and therefore there is a need for a complete new entity to be formed to house the different assets and then the liability of companies. So I would like to ask the minister that when you look at this amalgamation of firms, you see that we have web, youth livelihood, PRDP, nuts, agri-led, and UCDA. I wonder the problem which is calling for this amalgamation of funds. Because, Madam Speaker, when you look at these programs, you will find out that a web has been successful throughout the country. Why do we amalgamate with the little economics that I studied up to the university? Number two, Madam Speaker, is my request that if the minister feels like amalgamation of funds is very good, let them amalgamate the PRDP, the nuts, maybe agri-led, and leave out the women's fund alone, and also UCDA. Because, Madam Speaker, coffee is the #1 export to this country. The women's fund is really our pride as a country and as women. Madam Speaker, the second issue that I want clarification on is that when the minister was presenting, he made mention of training to be done by UBOS. Madam Speaker, I don't know the structure that UBOS will use. Number two, the Women Council of this country were elected, and they are throughout the country, and they have really been helping in mobilization and even training of the women. I want to know where the Women Council, which is up to the parish level, will be involved in this program, because they are there, Madam Speaker, up to the village level, and they are not only one, they are like five per village. So where do we get the women in this issue? Because this money is for the women, and the women problem is unique unto the women. Madam Speaker, the other issue is that the ministry, some ministries have been asking or recalling their staff from the local government. For example, Madam Speaker, the ministry wanted to recall the veterinary officers because of the issues. And it's not only one ministry that wants to recall or to re-centralize their staff. So if ministries are trying to re-centralize their staff from the Ministry of Local Government, and here we are, we want to really throw the very, very successful program of the women to the same Ministry of Local Government, what are we doing? What intention do we have to the women of this country? Madam Speaker, I want to end by requesting that the government or the minister should first pilot this program. And I want to invite you to Yam district to be as one of the districts to pilot this program, and we see how best it will move. I want to thank you.
Honorable Lucy, Honorable Kavaresha, Mambusho Ntende, Amuru.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Just have a few points of clarification that I seek from the minister. When we were debating the motion last time, Honorable Minister Bahati stated that this program, the parish model, would actually see the increment of the OWEP fund from the current 30 billion or so to about 150 billion. Madam Speaker, I don't see this reflected because I have seen the statement of the Honorable Minister. It is still at 32. So where is the 150 billion increment that the minister was talking about? Madam Speaker, I also want to add my voice in saying, I think we are not yet ready for this parish model. And growing up, you would be asked, even up to now, they still ask you, who is your role model? I would also want to ask the minister, who was your model when you came up with this model? Another thing, Madam Speaker, I see a lot of amalgamate. I want to just point out, bring out one ministry that is seriously affected by this. I want to talk about the Ministry of Gender. We saw the youth fund leave the Ministry of Gender. It has now gone. No wonder in the parish model, the contribution to the youth fund, I see a dash. And maybe I need also explanation from the minister on that. We have seen NSSF also go. WEP is now on the departure lounge going. Why must we continue to have the Minister of Gender? This is my question. I remember when I was in the Committee of Gender, there was also a very big discussion whether the labor courts must still be under the Ministry of Gender. They were also proposing it should go to the judiciary. So for me, in a nutshell, they are picking out all the essential programs and projects, activities of the ministry and taking it somewhere. Maybe we should also think about finally amalgamating all these ministries, and we only have OPM. Maybe we will have done a better job. And just briefly, would have helped with the parish model. So for me, this is really my thinking, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
No coverage. Among Magusho Ntende in Namoru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join members of Parliament, thank the government of Uganda, which thought about women of this country in terms of empowering them economically. And at the same time, I want to thank our Honorable Minister for Finance to bring such a model at this time of Paris model. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I'm one of the members who started the formation of circles in the region of Bunyoro and Toro. That money was for the government. It was funded under the IFAD program and World program. Money amounting to 2 billion was given to women groups in the 2 regions I have mentioned above. When I joined the Parliament, I shared with members of the Gender Committee then, led by Honorable Komhanji, Margaret. We started building from that. It is a history of this government of Uganda where we benchmarked to get the WEP program, of which we saw that it was the savior of the women of this country also to be economically empowered. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, in 2014, we thank His Excellency the President, who decided to give us a smaller portion of the collections of this country from the tax, and he promised 50 billion to be allocated to WEP. It is so alarming and unfortunate that we were only given 18 billion. Out of the 18 billion that has been given to women of this country, the recovery rate is very promising. It is at 82%, of which to me, we are still demanding the balance of the 50 billion. This would be the time now to give us more money in the WEP program so that we can form districts with banks for women at a district level. The money that has been sent to our districts would be put in a lump sum and create banks for women like what is taking place in Kenya. But it is so unfortunate when we want even to take the little portion of 18 billion that has been allocated to women of this country to amalgamate it in a pool whereby our women don't have the capacity to struggle with men of this country at that level. Then it brings a question to me. We have the affirmative action, which was supposed to be reviewed after 10 years. It has been there without being reviewed. Can we assume that failure to review the affirmative action, they have seen that the women of this country have been fully empowered?
Okay, half a minute.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, in my district, I have been a region of WIP for Wenzori region, where the PCA program, the Parish Community Association model of giving 30 million per parish has started. It is true that it is doing very well, but this money, we are talking about the PCA program, which is the Paris model. It shouldn't be a Paris model, because something to be a model should be an example. It should be just use it for other areas to learn from. When we have not studied to its conclusion, how do we pilot it and we say that it has worked when we don't have the research? My prayer to the government is, really, we feel that it is very important that we still have the Article 32 of the Constitution very active and still needed, because we still have the representatives of women in this parliament and at all levels, the 3%. Then when you are saying that we should go to one pool and we start fighting with men, whereby we don't have that side, the strength, the economic empowerment that can make the women of this country also fight in the same barrel at the Paris level, then we think that the affirmative action and the Article of 32 of this Constitution is now lying idle. Then we need to amend the Constitution. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, about the agro-led and other programs that you want to amalgamate, I want to support Honorable Upload that it would be much better that each and every program that we have in this country should go down to the grassroots, because that's where our people are and that's where the service is needed at the Paris level. But we go with it directly, not amalgamating in one. If it is web, let us have this program at Paris level. All the women in the Paris can benefit and struggle because it is nearer to them and they can get something from it. If it is used, let it be at the Paris level. If it is agro-led, let it be at the Paris level, but not making it a pool to make sure that we think that all Ugandans are empowered to go and fight in one bout. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
No Mangusho, then Honorable Ntende.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the introduction of the parish model that he has presented before the House today. I know that every leader here would have wanted these issues of poverty eradication trickle down to the parishes, which is actually very important as far as our economy is concerned. Because actually, if we don't involve, if we don't have the bottom-up approach in as far as economic activity and players are involved, then we are not going very far. The economy will not shoot up. But all the same, we must also understand that what are the critical areas now? Has it been structured? The parish model, has it been structured in a way that it can address the current challenges that we have? Because after Operation Wealth Creation and these other poverty alleviation programs, we have been able to overproduce in some areas. Like we have issues in Busoga, we have overproduced the sugarcane, maize in Sebeya and other southwestern parts of the country, tobacco, milk in the west. Are we addressing the issue of value addition and marketing, which is actually increasing poverty in this country? Right, Honorable Speaker, if we can focus behind the last 2-3 months after this election, you will realize that people were voting not based on issue-based, but they were voting against poverty. Poverty is too much outside in the countryside. And some of these programs, before we have just been explaining about the Emioka. Before it has taken off, we are now going to explain about the parish-based model. And you know, we have been victims, even leaders have been victims of some of these new programs. People are supposed to form cooperatives, are supposed to form groups. And when these peasants are told to form groups, the fallback position is as the leaders. They want money for opening the account. They want money for forming the group. As you tell them that put yourselves in the groups, the next day they come to you that I have no contribution for the group. So these new programs, which are not yielding results as yet, should be actually streamlined in a way that it really addresses the challenges that we have. One, the women, first of all, we know are key players in as far as production is concerned. Once you have the women active in the
No one tende. Pana udabwa moru.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for this intervention that you are proposing to this country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a challenge in this country, and the biggest challenge is from what the minister has put on paper, and he has called it pillar number 7. This pillar number 7 that talks of the mindset is a very, very crucial issue in this country if we are going to succeed in our effort of helping Ugandans to come out of poverty. Right Honorable Speaker, this mindset can be categorized in 3 levels in this country where we are as of now. We have a mindset which is developmental, and this is the mindset the minister is actually bringing forward. But remember, the mindset at this time accounts for only 10%. The other mindset of political mindset, we are coming out of a situation where being in politics, the mindset is excited, is still zonked up in politics. Whatever program you bring forward, it is political. And we are likely to face a scenario whereby the people, the population will simply say, yes, they are bringing money to appreciate us for voting our president. Now let's enjoy it, and you not see any development on the ground. And that mindset is vivid and is there. The other mindset, which accounts for the biggest percentage, is the mindset of not concerned. The people out there, whatever good program you bring on board, they are not concerned, and they are actually comfortably living in their poverty. I would ask you, is this issue of poverty just came in yesterday in this country? Our people have been living with the poverty since time immemorial. And the NRM in particularly has been supervising over this poverty for 35 years. I don't see reason why we should hurriedly move and put money into the wananchi when they are not prepared. So, Honorable,
Please conclude.
I would implore you and your team to go back and convince government that as well as this program is good, and as leaders, we need it, but give us time to sensitize, to do mindset for a full year. And so, by the time we put money in the economy, the people, our people, will be ready to utilize this money. And you will see some results. But where we are now, try it, you will see. This so-called parish model is not a model. From the village economics that I know, a model class is that class that has excelled. Tell us in your presentation, which model class of parishes have you presented in this house? I thank you.
Honorable Moru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for this presentation. However, I have the following observations to make. First of all, our members, the idea of having a parish model is, in my view, is the way to go. But we need to hurry slowly as we bring it on board. we need to hurry, but hurry slowly. And why am I saying this? The approach, Madam Speaker, the first problem that the minister's proposal has had is by beginning to dip his fingers in the existing programs. The WEP and the other good programs. WEP is a success story everywhere. The only one that we have seen that the ordinary women in the villages are beginning to tap in. And so instead of encouraging that particular model, this new model, which has not yet been tested, is seeking to give it a very untimely death. So in my view, amalgamating these other programs while starting or coming in to start this wonderful one is just going to make it the whole situation very messy. So my proposal is that keep the WEP and the other programs, because the objectives, Madam Speaker, for which these funds or these programs were started have not yet been fully realized. So the two can coexist. We continue to pursue the idea of empowering our women, because the parish model eventually, Madam Speaker, should be mainstream. It is an idea. For me, it's not even a short-term thing. It is an idea that now must be reflected across all the sectors. The planning, the implementation should go and target a parish, and then the funds can now be increased over time. But to try to amalgamate, especially the successful one like the women program, who are the main contributors in terms of production in agriculture in the country, is not well conceived. Madam Speaker, secondly, like has been proposed earlier, the minister needs more time. In the 1 year that is following, because we have just come out of electioneering period, it's possible to have this parish model implemented as a pilot in a few areas. As you are doing more research, you're also going to the villages to profile the farmers there. As we prepare to directly support them, you're going to ensure that we have cooperatives that are functional. You're going to ensure that that administrative unit, which is a parish, have all parish chiefs. Because we have had reports, not all of them have properly been instituted. So to try to move in to implement this mega program in one go across the country could again result into a stillbirth. As I end, it has also been mentioned that a number of other good programs have not received the necessary support that is needed to succeed. For example, in Dokolo, last year the Minister of Agriculture came to Dokolo, precisely at Olweny rice scheme, and came with a number of heavy earth moving equipment and told us that Dokolo would be the regional agricultural mechanization center. Honorable members, as I speak now, it is more than a year, those machines are packed there. When I tried to follow, I was being told the operators are not yet there. Government needs to train the operators. Just 1 second, Madam Speaker. So my point here is that the existing programs that have not received the necessary support or the full support that is required should be mapped out, and the ones that are viable should be supported to grow as we move ultimately, probably a year from now, into implementing robustly the parish model, which I very much support, but we are not fully ready to have it started. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, 28 members have contributed on this issue. We had planned for 20 minutes. But because of the importance of the subject, we had to give it this much time. Can I invite the Minister of Finance? Okay.
Yes. Madam Speaker.
Okay. Let Rob conclude.
Thank
Let's hear
you.
from the Rob quickly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to thank the Honorable Minister for the presentation, because in a way it has given us some addition on the 32 billion for women. But if we have to summarize the debate, you will find that we said leave the women fund to be standalone. Don't amalgamate this into other funds. You know, one thing it makes me wonder is when we have the PRDP, the PRDP is supposed to be equalization fund. Even the lower fund is supposed to be equalization fund. And OWEP is for all over. So my appeal is that all of us love the Paris model, but it has to be what? It has to be piloted somewhere. And also for us to be convinced, this is emanating from where? All of a sudden, Paris model, from Emioga to Paris model. Who is this people working underground? Do they have good intention? If they have good intention, why can't they also try to sensitize people before they can concretize on the model? We love it, but for now we say, let WEP be a standalone. You can encourage it to be implemented at parish level. The money is very little that not all the parishes can access this. So our appeal is for you to add on it. And those people who are working underground could also be mafians who are just trying to get, money to steal.
Thank you for giving way. The information I want to give is that this parliament is the one that pushed for the creation of a specific ministry to monitor the impact of any government intervention to improve on the welfare of rural women and rural youth, because we felt that affirmative action, which has its root in the Constitution, was known because we could monitor it through representation in Parliament and at our local council. But there was no way to monitor how affirmative action would help the rural women and the rural youth. And that's why we felt there should be a ministry of gender and gender, labor, and social service for this special interest group. So really, when we are talking, we must ensure that the Ministry of Gender remains relevant in monitoring the progress that we are making in changing the welfare of the rural women and the youth generally. That's the information I wanted to give.
Please conclude.
So in summary, we say WEP should not be amalgamated with other funds. WEP should stand alone. But we will be very happy that you add, is it 120 billion on top of the 32 billion for us to have 150 billion. That is about 30% of the 45 or 450 billion you have presented before us. And finally, I also would like to say, like for us in the north, we have NUSAP livelihood. We are waiting for NUSAP livelihood to be NUSAP livelihood to be rolled out to all the parishes of the north, because NUSAP livelihood, where they have piloted, have been very successful. So this will also be additional on top of what we usually have as normal. Those people should not deceive you. Those mafians should stop deceiving people. That parish model, which has not been implemented, which has not been tried, which have not been piloted, is the best. It could be the best, it sounds the best, but first pilot it. Leave us with the web to be a standalone. It can be implemented also at parish level. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honorable members. I am speaking because I am a member of the Cabinet Subcommittee on the parish model, chaired by the Minister of Finance. First, I want to thank members that members have appreciated that parish model is a good model for delivering issues related to poverty alleviation. But members are concerned about amalgamation, the timing of implementation, and other concerns of probably fast piloting. But Right Honorable Speaker, when this matter was brought to Cabinet, His Excellency brought the report for his tour. Members will recall that 2018, His Excellency the President toured all the zones, the 18 zones in the country. And what was he preaching? He was preaching the parish model. And most of us were in our various zonal meetings with our councillors and appreciated His Excellency's message. It was on that basis that His Excellency put up a team of economists, and those team made a study on the parish model, presented to him, and a team was constituted, led by General Saleh, who worked around for the last 1 year to bring the parish model. And the parish model, the study which was brought by the economists, was based on the fact that they discovered that the impediment to economic empowerment to the people are access to capital, especially access to cheap capital. That when you go to most of these areas, it is not easy for a rural person to access. Even as members of parliament, we access cheaper capital than your people in the constituency. Most of them access capital from the loan, financial, microfinance at 36% and above. So the economists proposed that government should come with an intervention that should address the issue of access to capital, the issue of interest rates to capital, and also the problem they discovered is most of the programs that were being implemented, some of them we were telling the people what they should undertake. And this time they said, if you are able to allow the population to determine the intervention they want to undertake to address poverty, then it will be much more easier, instead of buying seedlings and taking to them seedlings which they might not be in need of. So that was the basis of the parish model. Now, on the issue of OWEP, we raised the concern on OWEP. The issue of OWEP as of now, what we agreed in the committee is that the guideline that Ministry of Local Government will come with will allow Ministry of Gender to still have supervisory monitoring role. However, the major issue was, at what point should the women access money? Should we leave women to be accessing money the way it is? Because OWEP at the moment, the mechanism of identification is at sub-county level. When you identify groups at sub-county level, the groups are sent to the district. The district compiles them and sends to the ministry. Then again, the ministry starts going backwards. The ministry again send the list back to the district. Then the district will now send money to the groups. I am just talking about procedures of
Point
work.
of order. A point of order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister came and presented a report which had been debated in cabinet. And after presentation, House debated, and we took our position. A member of the cabinet that sent the report which the minister presented has again come here to present another version of the report. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, for a member of the cabinet that presented the other report to come again and also begin presenting the same paper, telling us how the economists, I'm one of the best economists in my area, but I was not consulted. But another version has come that there was a consultation here and there. So is it in order, Madam Speaker, for a cabinet member to make another part of presentation of the report that was presented by the minister that we requested to come and present?
Honourable members, actually, I don't know what the minister came to do, because the Minister of Finance, who is in charge of the sector, came and spoke to us and brought a paper. But honourable ministers, you know, no one is saying they do not want the parish model. What members are saying, are you ready for it? If I was to ask the Minister of Finance, can you give me a list of the parish chiefs today of this country, today? Because what you want is going to be in the budget. You want to manage this new financial year. Who is going to handle that issue? Are you really ready? That's what we're asking. And the Uganda is not ending tomorrow. Why don't you move slowly? Maybe you pilot. Let's do an experiment. But you are stampeding, and this is not right. This is not right.
Madam Speaker, I am going to conclude. I'm not making a presentation. I'm going to conclude. And the issue of OWEP is that as a committee, I started here by saying there's a committee also handling this. I appreciate the issue of OWEP, but as of now, Madam Speaker, the reason why we agreed that we go parish level is that it is more accessible and shorter. That's why I was trying to say, currently, it is at a sub-county level, but we are trying to go at a parish level. And we are trying also to say 30% of the money is to be given for women, and that if members feel that 30% is lower, because the 30% is actually more than the current money that is being accessed by women. So under this parish model, women will have more money at the parish level rather than, yes.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, for trying to convince the Parliament to understand your point. You have said that WEP is being taken to the parish level. The Honourable Minister in charge of this presentation has said that 30% will go for women and youth. Okay, 30% will go for women. This is amalgamated fund. Why are you saying that WEP has been taken to the parish when we have a percentage of that money only going to women? Are you trying to say that you are trying to be mean of information that women have been marginalized in this parish model. And you are also a woman who are trying to convince women that they can support that fake approach.
30% under the parish model would be more than the current money. Now, the current OWEP money and this wealth fund is for the same purpose. The purpose of OWEP is to provide capital, cheap capital to women, to get them out of poverty. This similar fund, why it is called wealth fund, is also to get people out of poverty. Maybe it's the name. The name of the other one is OWEP. This one is wealth fund.
But you know, those are just gymnastics, please.
Right,
Okay,
Honorable Speaker.
I can get the clarification if the speaker permits. Yes.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. You know, we had Operation Wealth Creation, headed by one person, but OWEP is under institution. And in Uganda, we want to continuously undermine institutions and go by individuals. It was good that you also mentioned it here, that it came from Gulu. This parish model. Why don't we go slowly? Can you clarify that this institution should be made weaker at the expense of an individual's view and idea? Because I know that a lot of people right now move to Gulu on development issues, and you said it, over wealth creation. This wealth creation is not something that most of us buy. We want institutions to be made strong, and we want gender, labor, and social development to carry out its work. You were a whole chairperson of WOPA. Why couldn't you also advise in that cabinet to make sure that, you know, OWEP has been operating well in spite of the little resources that it has? So instead of crying that it should be taken elsewhere, add more money to OWEP so that it continues to help serve people better in an institution. Thank you.
Minister of Finance, I think you have listened to the debate. I hope you have understood that members are not objecting. Members are asking, can we move cautiously? Can we move carefully? Can we plan better? Instead of stampeding the country. That's what they are saying. Yes, Minister of Finance.
Honorable Speaker and members, what is the aim of this proposal from government of the parish model? The aim is to get rid of poverty from all parts of Uganda. I hope that none of us has objection to that.
Order, members.
We have tried. Even the women empowerment which we are talking so much about, and I support 100%, but still poverty is existent and has remained amidst us. This parish model we are talking about is born out of research. It's not something that, as I heard some of our colleagues saying, it's a one man's idea. No, it's not one man's idea. It's an idea that has been chewed in and out, and we thought that this parish model would be able to tackle the problem because the silos, women, youth, disabled, have not fulfilled what we want them to fulfill because other people don't access that money. I would want to be challenged, my dear ladies. Does every woman in Uganda access? Yes, it will. It will. Everybody in the parish, as long as he or she has the capacity to work, will access that money. And we are ready to put in more money. We are ready to put in more money if we find that the demand for these resources we are putting is simply because your budget is in trouble, as you know. We didn't have sufficient money. We could even have put $1 trillion there. So, and I'm saying that it's better to start. Let's start. Then we move on. We may see our pitfalls and then try to rectify them. I think the one really who got it so well, I'm not trying to overpraise him, is Honorable Onzima. He got it so well. This is a project that will help every individual in the parish who has got something to do in order to progress. 2, we are not going to do, this country is zoned. Not everybody will do the same thing in the same part of the country. No, people may go for coffee, others may go for potatoes, others may go for chicken, others may go for pigs. As long as that enterprise is profitable, let me make sense. As long as that enterprise is profitable, we have a strong feeling that in executing this parish model, everybody will be able to come up. My biggest worry, as your Minister for Finance and Economic Development, is the market. That's the issue that we shall come and debate later on. Market. When everybody wakes up, and we believe at the parish level, people will wake up. Because...
Honour Minister.
Yes, Madam.
Do you expect the people of Busoga to believe you when they have spent 5 years without selling sugarcane? Do you expect the people of Busoga who are struggling with sugarcane for 5 years to believe what you are saying? You have no market, there's no processing, and you are saying now they'll wake up. No. Please, be serious, be serious.
Madam Speaker, I know the problem in Busoga very well. As you know very well. There was no planning. People were told to grow maize. They were told to maize, grow, and there was nobody who was planning to put up a factory. In this arrangement, Madam, we are going to plan. No.
So my difficulty is that you have known the issue of sugarcane glut in Busoga for 5 years. You have not even brought one small factory. You have not. Now you're telling us produce more sugarcane.
Madam, I hope you know what I'm doing in Busoga now as far as the sugarcane is concerned. I have had to subsidize transport for that sugarcane to be taken to Atiak. And we have now agreed with the cooperative union, I don't remember what it is called, to put a factory. Our own factory, the people of Busoga to put in the factory. That is what was missed. Now, this time around, we are not going to allow people to produce without a plan on how the value addition is going to be done. Maybe it was not made so very clear in my statement, Madam. So me, I'm praying. I'm not going to add more. We go and start it, and then we will be able to correct whatever may have gone wrong, because no policy can be 100% correct. I thought I would conclude here. I conclude, Madam. I'm praying that you give us authority to proceed.
Minister, we asked you to pilot. Why are you late to pilot? We asked you to pilot.
Madam Speaker, a second here. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the president recently has been talking about science, a lot of science, and he was talking about scientific things. And you know, in science, like in medicine, when there's malaria, you think of the medicine. And when you think of the medicine, you test it, and then afterwards you roll out. Unfortunately, the Honorable Kasaja and team have refused to grasp the concept of science, which is applicable in normal life, where you have a problem. The parish model, we all think it could be the right prescription. Like we've agreed with government over time, with Uganda and others. The prayer of the House is that we adopt a scientific model. We pilot on the parish model. And then we know that this is going to work. And then finally, we roll out, because Uganda has been around for many years, and it is definitely going to be around for a long time. So we request, we all agree that parish model can work, but why should we suffocate all the other programs and rush into something which we are not yet sure of?
Just 1 second.
From the minister.
From you. You are talking about piloting. I wanted you to clarify. We have been piloting on the village model. I don't know whether members are aware of some village, modern, I think they call it modern village model. We have been piloting. Now, may we know the progress of that village piloting, which has been going on for a number of years? What is the progress? What are the successes? How many villages have we covered, the modern villages? So that now when we go to pilot with the parish, we know the successes from the village piloting system. So can you clarify to me before you graduate to the parish pilot?
Madam Speaker, I'm not party to the village pilot. The implementer of the village pilot is still here. And is, even if he's not here, he's very well represented. So I insist that, Madam Speaker, we take a scientific approach to things, because we think the parish is the right prescription to poverty, yet it may not be. So let us go as you propose, Madam Speaker, slowly. 1 year is not very long, the Honorable Matia Kasaji. 1 year is not very long. Let us give ourselves 1 year. We get of the 450 billion, we get some 20 billion, and we pilot on this one. While we are preparing the parishes to recruit even the parish chiefs, because they are not there, half of them don't have parish chiefs. Madam Speaker, the way government recruitment in government agencies, when we approve money in June, it starts in December. So by the time we complete the year, we shall have reallocated that 450 billion to another emergency, because it will be redundant somewhere and there will be pressure from somewhere. So let us leave WEP to operate, and we look for money from elsewhere within a year to run those other parish programs concurrently, because Luero, we are going to suffocate Luero. You can't give Karamoja Parish the same money as the Honorable Minister of Kampala, because Karamoja is doing so badly. For 30 million, what it will do in a parish in Muyenga, where the Honorable Bahati stays, 30 million, what is it going to do? We are going to take that money to the parish, and because people have no health care, they will borrow the money to go to hospital. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me join the colleagues in thanking the Leader of Opposition who moved the motion on which basis we have actually been, when you accepted to take the holding decision, we have supplied this information to the House. And the debate has been very constructive and has been very encouraging. The most important point, I think the minister has made it, and many members were saying, why the urgency? Why the urgency? The urgency is one of those things that the minister stated, that out of every 5 households in Uganda, 2 are in subsistence. Out of every 5 households in Uganda, 2 are in subsistence. As Nyerere said, that when the rest of the world is walking, Africa must be running, because there's urgency to move very fast to get out of this poverty. Madam Speaker, the parish model must be understood that it has 7 pillars. The financial inclusion, which we have focused on this afternoon, is not the only pillar in the parish model. We are talking about infrastructure. Are we saying we should not focus on the parish in terms of infrastructure? We should go slow. Our thinking was, Madam Speaker, that from now, if the...
For instance, what infrastructure I got to put at the parish? I got to construct parish headquarters, roads, health center tools.
Yeah. So one of the infrastructures, Madam Speaker, is that when the Minister of Water is coming to this House to account to what they have done, they should come to tell us, out of 10,504 parishes, how many water points have you constructed in these parishes? That is what we would want to see. Madam Speaker, when the Minister of Roads is constructing roads, we want to see what are you doing at this. So the parish model looks at all these others. But this afternoon, we focused on the financial inclusion. Now the point is, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the point which was Honorable Ruth asked, you said, I said in the last debate, that you are saying you are increasing the amount of money to the women. Our thinking was that from now, from May up to end of first quarter, we are going to do all these preparatory, because as we speak, out of the 10,000 parishes, we have 5,000 and something parish chiefs who are already recruited. We are going to use the 6 months that we have from now up to September, those are around the 5 months, to do all these preparatory activities and make this parish model, especially financial inclusion, ready to implement. Madam Speaker, that was our thinking, that there is urgency of now, that also when we put this money at the parish, actually we are increasing the money for the women, and the supervision, the policy formulation, the oversight will remain with the Ministry of Gender. That's what we thought, Madam Speaker, and we think that this probably, just a second, we think that this money will increase, and all the women, after all, the women are actually found in parishes. The women are not in districts, the women are in parishes. Madam Speaker, out of the money we collect as government, 21 trillion, 4 trillion goes to the working Ugandans. Out of the population of 40 million, the working population is around 5 million, taking 4 trillion. We are saying if we take the money to the parishes, we are actually getting money in the hands of those rest of the population who are not working. This is the time to take this important decision, Madam Speaker, to implement a lifetime strategy to alleviate the poverty in this country. I would prefer, Madam Speaker, that we can consult on the suggestion which you have made, whether we should implement in some parishes or not, and come back to this House on Tuesday on that final. that final position.
But
Because
Minister, can you also, when you're planning, you say now you're going to recruit. You have not advertised, people have not applied. You are saying that now between June and September, really?
No, the recruitment.
Let's take one
The
step at a
recruitment,
time.
Madam Speaker, from the PS here, who is here in the strangers gallery, the recruitment process is already. The process to recruit it does not take a lot of time, Madam Speaker. And we will be providing jobs to the graduates who are there to employ. So, Madam Speaker, we can come back on Tuesday.
I think you do the consultation about our proposals.
Our proposal
Because we are partners with the government on this issue, together with the population. Please take our views seriously and think about them.
So
Yes,
Tuesday
yes,
on the issue of implementation, but I'm very glad that all of us agree that the parish model will actually help this country get out of poverty. But the issue is, should we implement it now or should we do gradually? And we come back on Tuesday after very thorough consultation with the rest of government. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Speaker, Madam Speaker, the minister should not insinuate that the parliament is either refusing this model because every person who has said is talking about this good practice, this good proposal. It is very good. It's very good. But, Madam Speaker, look at the 7 pillars. The first pillar is production. The second one is infrastructure. The third one is financial inclusion. The fourth one is social services. The fifth is community data. The sixth is governance and administration. And the seventh is mindset change. Madam Speaker, is failing to tell us how this peanut is going to be evaluated on this. Madam Speaker, everybody is saying this model would be good, but where is the money to do all this? Where are other monies? Why don't we implement this model, putting all the other monies that you are keeping there to put in this money, in this model, to make sure these issues, the 7 pillars, work out other than just giving us a white elephant.
let me invite the Deputy Prime Minister. You wanted to say something?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I must say something because I know I'm a deputy leader of government business and deputy leader of government business in parliament. I'm also a general, but that one, the need will be outside of this house. So I'm not going to use the general here because I don't need it here. Madam, what I want to say, we all know what is common to us. Common knowledge is our 68% is what is the term? As a household poverty, poor. Subsistence. This problem we are talking about is also real, like COVID. Poverty is real. The Minister of Finance, among other issues he raised, I could hear him say, let us start. Meaning to me, let us start. Meaning I have already heard all what he said. We shall improve as we go on. That to me is a very, very big concession. The minister has accepted all the proposals. But if you insisted on 1 year pilot project, then that budget, that money meant for in this coming budget will not be used. Because piloting means they're going to reduce on that money, and therefore we'll start whether to continue or not. But if we agree with the finance, but then what is missing also is what guarantee would Parliament wish finance to say so that they could agree on that proposal, or let us start. What guarantee? To me, I propose I don't know whether it is there within our regulations. If we could agree, the minister, the chairperson, the speaker could get us some few committees, special committees to assist finance in trying to help it implement, as he said, let us start, but also we should also remember all what has been raised. That to me is a win-win situation, because one, as seated here, will represent the country. And here, the country, through its agencies like cabinet, like finance, like people finance, are preparing budget which will put in so much money for the sake of the poor in the country, and therefore, with the possibility of finance putting in something, improving on that money. That therefore, Madam, I would advise that if you cannot decide today, let us think over next week on Tuesday, so that we think again, how much shall we lose if we took another year? How much people will, the poverty will buy it? Oh yes, the poverty is there. And this young man here says he wants to put to how many billion? 430 billion. It is small, but it's better than nothing. And we could start from there, add another, say 30, maybe 20, as if you could make it as a promise. But I would suggest, let's sleep over this until Tuesday, then we can conclude one way or the other. Thank you, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity. But I think we're over. Even now, I must go on fast, but anyway, because of this is very important
Yes.
debate, I think I forgot that.
Okay, Prime Minister, I think I hear you. What you're saying, some kind of an agreed roadmap, a roadmap of activities. I think that's acceptable. We can sit and work out a program so we see where we are going, how we are going there, how quickly, and so on. So let's work on a roadmap together. We can reconvene on Tuesday. I want to apologize to the Prime Minister and the other Muslims for delaying them over this period of Ramadan. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.